Chapter 48, Ancient God's Blood. Chapter 48, Ancient God's Blood 100 Flows City, Candlelight Hotel, after exiting the teleportation hall. S.H.I. plus Fong hurriedly made his way to the hotel and slumped down to the ground with a pale complexion. Sure enough, it's still too much for me to use it repeatedly. I'll probably have to refrain from combat for the next 2 days. S.H.I. plus Fong breathed out a deep sigh when he looked at his trembling hands under his cloak. At the same time, he also felt glad as he thought, thankfully, they didn't notice anything. It'd be a huge embarrass. Meant otherwise. The Holy Annihilation Mana technique was powerful, but its flaws were also evident. It placed too huge of a burden on the user's stamina and concentration, and it simply wasn't something players could use at Tier 3. Even using it at Tier 4 was pus. H.I. plussing the envelope a little. S.H.I. plus Fong might have behaved normally when he fought against Schwartold, even going as far as to use Holy Devour to repulse the Bronze Dragon, but that was entirely because of his legendary mana body and the Winter of Eternal Night's heaven-defying skill. Otherwise, even if he managed to use Holy Devour, he wouldn't have been able to injure the Bronze Dragon. Instead, he would get smacked to death like a fly. Moreover, the burden Holy Devour placed on his body would have reached unimaginable levels, and it might have even injured his mind and soul. If he hadn't achieved perfect mastery over the Holy Annihilation technique long ago, the instant he executed his first Holy Devour, he would have probably lost consciousness already. Even then, the few seconds he fought with the Bronze Dragon had nearly paralyzed him. His mind had also fallen into a weakened state, and he had only been holding on thanks to his strong willpower. In the end, he even had to go through the troublesome way of picking up his loot using his mana domain to protect his and Zero Wings image, although I overexerted myself this time. Judging by those two's reactions, they shouldn't doubt my words for the time being. When S.H.I. plus Fong recalled the longing expressions Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue wore on their faces, a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. Next, all I need to do is have them gather those items for me. Then I'll be able to challenge the Slayer's legacy. So long as I acquire the Slayer's complete legacy, I'll have enough confidence to clash against those outer world big shots once we gain access to the other subworlds. The current subworld he resided in was different from the subworld he fought in during his previous life. Back then, because he had become a Tier 6 Sword D very early on, he had propelled his subworld's development significantly, allowing it to gain access to the greater world of D's domain much sooner. Meanwhile, powers from other subworlds had nearly taken over their entire subworld when that happened. This was because, unlike their subworld, the other subworlds had gained access to the greater D's domain much sooner than they did. The amount of time these outer world powers had to develop themselves was over 10 times more than they did. The foundation these outer world powers had built for themselves was far superior to the powers of their subworld. In a sense, their subworld was akin to a baby competing against adults. Fortunately, thanks to the suppression of the world's power, they were able to catch a breather and gradually reclaim their lost world. Meanwhile, this process had taken 3 years to accomplish. Although the current subworld he resided in had already been developing for 10 years, it was merely a slightly bigger baby in the eyes of the other subworlds. It was still nothing but easy prey. Hence, before this subworld gained access to the greater D's domain, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Otherwise, let alone returning to his peak, even reaching Tier 6 would most likely become a dream. This was because promotion to Tier 6 required a large amount of 7 Luminaries crystals. Meanwhile, 7 Luminaries crystals were a rare and precious commodity even in the greater OD's domain. It was also one of the main factors limiting players from reaching Tier 6. Shortly after S.H.I. plus Fong entered the hotel and sat on the floor, a beautiful woman dressed in a black uniform approached him. After giving S.H.I. plus Fong a curious look, the NPC receptionist Blakana asked, "You don't look so well, owner. Should I call a cleric here?" "No need. I'll be fine after a little rest," S.H.I. plus Fong said, shaking his head. "How many customers have visited the hotel while I was away?" Now that G.O.D's domain had been developing for 10 years, the intelligence of NPCs was no different than that of players. The only thing that separated NPCs from players was their need to follow certain protocols. Because of the intelligence of NPCs, many players would even make friends with NPCs in G.O.D's domain. Players were now treating G.O.D's domain as a real world. A total of 2 people visited. They are currently staying in the basic guest rooms, Blakana said, as she handed S.H.I. plus Fong a detailed list. S.H.I. plus Fong couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the list. Originally, he thought that many players would come to rest here since the hotel was located near the teleportation hall. After all, not only could players get rid of the foreign energy in their bodies much more quickly by resting in a hotel, but they could also emulate the double EXP buff. Yet, even after such a long time had said, not one player had visited the hotel. The 2 customers the hotel welcomed were both NPCs. "Should I get you a cup of water, owner?" Blakana asked with concern when she saw S.H.I. plus Feng's complexion becoming paler. "No, I'm fine," S.H.I. plus Feng shook his head. "It seems I won't be able to attract people here unless I make some sacrifices." According to his initial estimates, now that the miniature ancient world had only opened recently, players were unlikely to skimp on hotel fees to facilitate their grinding process. Hence, the hotel business should be booming around this time. It should be especially so for a hotel close to the teleportation hall. However, the miniature ancient worlds players were much looser with their money than expected. Rather than staying at a 1-star hotel, players had chosen to rest in higher-ranking hotels instead. The 30,000 gold required to upgrade the Candlelight Hotel to 2-star status wasn't a problem for S.H.I. plus Fong right now. He could instantly acquire it so long as he issued a few tasks to Galaxy Past and Lin Yaoyue, although doing so would slightly affect Zero Wing's image. It was a necessary sacrifice. However, while money might not be a problem, the 10,000 popularity points needed to reach 2-star status was a problem. If a hotel wanted to grow its popularity, players and NPCs would need to stay in it. Afterward, S.H.I. plus Fong had Blakana help him to the hotel's core control room. Then, he had the receptionist help him buy 3,000 magic crystals and various magic materials from player merchants using his remaining gold coins, essentially bankrupting himself. S.H.I. plus Fong wasn't just a Tier 6 sword G.O.D. during his previous life. He was also a Grandmaster magician. Although he didn't have any magic array designs and couldn't construct complicated Grandmaster magic arrays by memory alone, so long as he had enough materials, constructing a Master Mana gathering magic array still wasn't a problem for him. After working continuously for 3 hours, S.H.I. plus Fong looked at the magic array he drew in satisfaction. With this magic array, luring players and NPCs shouldn't be a problem anymore. The ancient Magic Array 7-star Magic World was one of the mainstream master-ranked mana-gathering magic arrays in the greater G.O.D's domain. Although it cost a hefty 600 magic crystals daily to maintain, it could increase the mana density of the affected area by 50% and speed up the removal of foreign energy by 50%. In the greater D's domain, the 7-star magic world was one of the must-have magic arrays for housing. After solving the hotel's customer problem, Plus Fong returned to his advanced guest room and activated its defensive magic array. Then, he carefully took out the 3 items he looted from the bronze dragon. I didn't think I would see these things here. This miniature ancient world really is extraordinary. Plus Fong couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the 3 items before him. Plus Fong had already seen through the ident. 1 of these 3 items when he picked them up with his mana domain. He was also incredibly familiar with these 3 items. They were a rare and highly demanded resource among the outer world powers. Mana Protection Crystal. The Mana Protection Crystal was one of the main reasons why outer world experts were as powerful as they were. This was because the Mana Protection Crystal's main purpose was to improve a player's mana body. Indeed, it could improve a player's most fundamental mana body. So long as these mana protection crystals were refined using a magic array, it was possible to extract a few strands of an ancient D's blood from it. Meanwhile, these few strands of blood could be used to strengthen a player's mana body. Of course, each player could only use 1 strand of ancient D's blood in their lifetime. Moreover, the blood could only strengthen a mana body up to the basic epic rank. Although the effects were significantly weaker than the miniature ancient world's demon D's blood, the ancient D's blood was still amazing nonetheless. After all, once players constructed their mana body at Tier 3, they couldn't replace it or reconstruct it. Even players who managed to reach Tier 6 were no exception. These crystals are quite large. I wonder how many strands of blood I can extract. Afterward, Plus Fong started carving a magic array while observing the 3 mana protection crystals hovering in midair, his eyes full of expectations. 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. The main street outside the Teleportation Hall was crowded with players. After a day of grinding, many players had returned to the city, and all of them were discussing their harvests with great enthusiasm. However, amidst the lively crowd, 2 cloaked players silently approached the Candlelight Hotel. Of these 2 cloaked players, one was a man and the other was a woman. Although the woman had concealed her appearance with her cloak, the cloak couldn't hide her stunning body. At a glance, one could tell that this woman was a breathtaking beauty, and many young men walking nearby couldn't help but turn to look at her. "Is this the place you talked about?" the cloaked woman asked the middle-aged man beside her after taking a look at the Candlelight Hotel. "It should be," the middle-aged man said, nodding. "I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, be prepared for the consequences." The woman gave the middle-aged man a long look before plussing open the hotel's doors and walking into the establishment. TL notes, Greater D's domain is a term the author introduces in Chapter 71, but I am introducing it in advance as a replacement for many/various worlds of D's domain. From my understanding of the term, Greater D's domain refers to the network of subworlds, not the main world of D's domain. I'm not sure if the main world is included in this network, though. Chapter 49, Sin of Pride. Chapter 49, Sin of Pride. After seeing the cloaked woman enter the Candlelight Hotel, the middle-aged man couldn't help but grow worried as he looked at the ordinary-looking hotel before him. Let's hope Mr. Black Flame didn't lie to me. Otherwise, this fierce woman will definitely turn the entire Star Alliance upside down, the middle-aged man prayed before following the cloaked woman into the hotel. If Lin Yaoyue was present right now, she would definitely be greatly surprised. This was because the middle-aged man was none other than Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader, and a Tier 5 Apex expert during his peak. Yet, As strong as he was, Galaxy Past was actually behaving timidly around a woman. It was simply unbelievable. However, only Galaxy Past knew just how frightening the woman he brought was. She was someone even the various superpowers feared. Hidden Soul. Hidden Soul was a legendary Sin and G. OD's domain. At the same time, she was also one of the former commanders of the Flower of Seven Sins, OD's domain's strongest Synation organization. A few years ago, Hidden Soul had killed even the guild leader of a super guild before. Back then, her achievement had shaken the entire D's domain and propelled her to become a legendary individual known by all. Although Hidden Soul had never managed to reach Tier 6 all these years, she was undoubtedly one of the trickiest players to deal with under Tier 6. It was especially true when the battlefield was set in the wilderness. She would become a death D with the cover the wilderness afforded her. In the past, one Tier 6 Berserker D had even publicly expressed that Hidden Soul had nearly signated him out in the wild. Hence, even though Hidden Soul was only a Tier 5 player, no Tier 6 D-ranked expert dared to underestimate her. If not for the sake of obtaining 0 wing points and 1 additional invitation slot, Galaxy Past definitely wouldn't have sought the help of Hidden Soul. While Galaxy Past was inwardly praying, he suddenly noticed Hidden Soul stop moving abruptly after entering the hotel. Did something happen? Galaxy Past's heart thumped as he hurriedly stepped forward. The instant Galaxy Past entered the Candlelight Hotel, he immediately felt his body with energy and his mind becoming refreshed. At this moment, he even had the illusion that he had just woken up from a dream. How can the mana here be so dense? Galaxy Past was filled with disbelief when he sensed the near-misty state of the mana in the air. Mana was the foundation of everything in D's domain. It was true that the miniature ancient world's environment rivaled that of ancient times, and the density of the ambient mana here far said that of the main continent. Meanwhile, this mana density would be further amplified under the magic arrays of hotels. However, compared to the environment found in other hotels, the environment in the Candlelight Hotel was on a whole other level. Specifically, there was a qualitative difference between the mana in the Candlelight Hotel and the mana in other hotels. If players trained in such a mana-rich environment, it would help significantly in improving their control over mana. Not only is the mana here dense, but it is also very stable. I can sense the operation of the magical elements much more clearly here, Hidden Soul commented, opening her eyes after carefully analyzing the mana around her. Even those super guilds will have a hard time letting an ordinary hotel gain such a mana-rich environment. It seems you didn't lie to me. Of course. You've seen that battle video for yourself. You should know as well as I do that such an expert has never been seen in our D's domain, Galaxy Past said with a hint of pride. Indeed, out of the experts I know, none of them resemble him. The attack he used to injure the bronze dragon is especially something. Out of everyone in D's domain, only those 4 could probably accomplish a similar feat, but there is no way those 4 would be so free as to come to this place, Hidden Soul said, nodding. However, she still held a skeptical attitude as she added, but I still don't think that person and the 0 wing that you spoke of can help me reach Tier 6. Unlike Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul used to be the commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, Sin of Pride. She had free access to the Flower of Seven Sins information network, which was only slightly inferior to the Secret Pavilion's information network. She even had the fortune of visiting other D's domains linked to their D's domain. Thus, the things she knew of far exceeded that of Galaxy Past. The other G, O, D's domains she visited were much stronger than their G, O, D's domain. Yet, even the strongest powers in these G, O, D's domains didn't have the foundation necessary to help her reach Tier 6. This was because the cause of her inability to reach Tier 6 was no longer related to her combat standard. Her combat standard had long since Serpa S, said many Tier 6 G, O, D ranked experts. The standard of her mana control was even top tier among Tier 6 G, O, D ranked experts. Even if she were to fight S, H, I plus Fong, someone capable of B, U, T ting heads with a Tier 4 bronze dragon, she was confident she could hold her ground and potentially kill him even. After all, combat with monsters was completely different from combat with other players. Seeing Hidden Soul's confidence, Galaxy Past's confidence also started wavering a little. Even so, he still firmly said, I understand, but isn't that why I called you here to verify it personally? Galaxy Past didn't know exactly how strong the guild known as Zero Wing was. However, judging by the strength S, H, I plus Fong had displayed thus far, Zero Wing was definitely stronger than the current 5 great super guilds. After all, Zero Wing could afford to let a G, O, D ranked expert like S, H, I plus Fong come to the miniature ancient world to restart his progress. This point alone was more than enough to prove Zero Wing's strength. If a guild wasn't overflowing with Tier 6 G, O, D-ranked experts, there'd be no way it would dare let a Tier 6 G, O, D-ranked expert retrain his account. Since Zero Wing had so many Tier 6 G, O, D-ranked experts, it shouldn't be difficult to help Hidden Soul, whose combat standard Serpa S said ordinary Tier 6G. O, D-ranked experts reach Tier 6. Amidst the conversation between Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past, Blake Hanna approached the two and asked, Welcome to the Candlelight Hotel. May I know if you two need any help? H-E-L Low, we wish to meet with Mr. Black Flame. May I know if he is in? Galaxy Past asked, getting straight to the point. All right, please wait for a moment. I will notify the owner of your request, Blake Hanna said, nodding before contacting S. H. I. plus Foam. Second floor advanced room. After refining the mana protection crystals for 10 minutes, the 3 crystals gradually disintegrated in the magic array S. H. I. plus Foam drew and revealed several strands of purple gold blood. Then, as soon as these strands of blood were freed from their containers, they started rapidly absorbing the rich mana in the room, depleting the room of mana in just 3 seconds. Meanwhile, after absorbing all that mana, the purple gold blood radiated an ancient divine might that filled the entire room. Success! S. H. I. plus Foam grew excited when he looked at the strands of purple gold blood hovering and flowing before him. I can't believe I managed to extract 12 strands of ancient G. Oh, D's blood from just 3 crystals. Those outer world powers will probably die from envy if they learn of this. While mana protection crystals could be found in the greater G, oh, D's domain, every crystal would involve a struggle between a group of Tier 6 G, O, D-ranked experts. Some Tier 6 G, O, D-ranked experts even sustained severe injuries during these struggles and required astronomical amounts of resources to recover. Hence, one could easily imagine the value of the mana protection crystal. Meanwhile, mana protection crystals typically yielded only 2 strands of ancient G, O, D's blood, with larger ones yielding 3 strands at most. Yet S. H. I. plus Fong had extracted 4 strands of blood from each mana protection crystal, netting himself 12 strands in total. Meanwhile, shortly after S. H. I. plus Fong finished extracting the ancient G, O, D's blood, he suddenly received a call from Blake Hanna. Owner, 2 people have come to the hotel asking to meet you. They are a man and a woman. Do you want to meet them? Blakeana asked. A man and a woman, S-H-I, plus phone quickly stored the ancient G. Oh, D's blood away after hearing this. Then, he said, bring them here, then. Shortly afterward, Blakeana knocked on the room's door. I've brought them here. Owner, Blakeana said from outside the door. You can head back to work. Have them enter on their own. S-H-I, plus phone said casually as he tidied up the magic crystal dust and remnant magic materials on the floor. After hearing S-H-I, plus Feng's words, Blakeana bowed slightly to Galaxy Past and Hidden Soul before returning downstairs by herself. You want us to enter on our own? Let's see if you are as powerful as Galaxy Past says you are. Then, Hidden Soul smirked and unsheathed the tattered short sword she carried on her back when she heard S-H-I plus Feng's words. Immediately. Then, she abruptly opened the door and dashed inside, leaving behind an afterimage. Chapter 50, Frightening Zero Wing. Chapter 50, Frightening Zero Wing. Stop. Soul. Galaxy Past panicked when he saw Hidden Soul Das. H-I plussing into the room with her short sword drawn. Although he had long since known that Hidden Soul was a crazy woman, he didn't think that she would try to test S-H-I plus Feng's strength as soon as they met. Maniac! Hidden Soul was a true maniac. However, ignoring Galaxy Past's words, Hidden Soul promptly vanished from Galaxy Past's vision and perception. The standard of her footwork and body technique were leagues ahead of Zhui Yalin's. It's over. Galaxy Past fell into despair when he saw Hidden Soul vanish. H-I plussing. Originally, he had wanted to rely on Hidden Soul to help him earn points at a quicker rate. Yet now, Hidden Soul had ended up trying to Sinate S-H-I plus phone. There was no way he could salvage the situation now. Hidden Soul was labeled as a death G. O, D, and G. O, D's domain because she could kill almost anyone within 10 steps of her. Even Tier 6 G. O, D-ranked experts were at risk of death if they weren't careful. It should be known that there was a gigantic gap in basic attributes between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players. So, it was almost impossible for a Tier 5 player to Sinate a Tier 6 player. Although Hidden Soul had regressed to Tier 3 now, even Tier 4 experts were probably at risk of dying at her blade, let alone Tier 3 experts. Just when Galaxy Past thought that he had ruined his partners. H-I plus P with zero wing, he suddenly heard a loud boom coming from inside the room. It sounded like something cross. H-I plussing to the ground. Upon hearing this sound, he hurriedly entered the room with a worried heart. However, as soon as Galaxy Past entered the room, he was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Currently, inside the S-P-A Sias living room, Galaxy Past saw S-H-I plus phone quietly sitting on the living room sofa, while Hidden Soul's body lay paralyzed on the living room carpet. At a glance, it looked like something heavy was pressing down on Hidden Soul's body, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from her current state. This outcome far exceeded Galaxy Past's expectations, and his mind had difficulty processing this situation. In a situation where both Hidden Soul and S-H-I plus phone were at Tier 3, not only did Hidden Soul fail to Sinate S-H-I plus phone, but judging by the current situation, it would seem that she didn't even manage to lay a finger on S-H-I plus phone. However, after observing this scene for less than half a second, Galaxy Past suddenly felt an unbearably heavy pressure acting on his body, causing him to instantly collapse to the ground. At the same time, he also felt his mind being assaulted by a frighteningly powerful mental attack. Divine Might, Galaxy Past grew even more shocked after falling to the ground. As a Tier 5 player, he would often come into contact with items belonging to GODS. Hence, divine might was something he was incredibly familiar with. Yet the divine might he was familiar with felt incredibly foreign right now. Divine might was usually used to refer to the mental deterrence created by GODS. It was something unique to Tier 6 GODS, Tier 6 GOD-ranked experts and possessions of GODS. Meanwhile, the divine might that covered the room right now was so terrifyingly powerful that he felt as if a true Tier 6 GOD was standing before him. Such frightening divine might simply wasn't something Tier 3 players could resist. The only thing they could do in this situation was to submit. Even Hidden Soul, someone who had a signated Tier 6 GOD-ranked experts before, was no exception. Yet, despite being enveloped by this same divine might, Fong remained seated on the sofa nonchalantly, his behavior making it seem as if the divine might in the room did not exist at all. Oh, right. I forgot that the divine might in this room hasn't fully dissipated yet. Fong was a little surprised when he saw that two people collapsed on the ground before him. Then, he quickly snapped out of his daze and apologized. Sorry, I was handling something just now. I think it'll be a while longer before this divine might disappears completely. It was indeed tough for players to resist divine might before reaching Tier 5 or higher. Not to mention, the divine might the mana protection crystals radiated belonged to that of ancient GODS. It was also because of this reason that unless one could resist an ancient GOD's divine might, one couldn't even extract the ancient GOD's blood stored inside mana protection crystals. Meanwhile, there existed mental techniques for players in GOD's domain to resist things such as divine might. Only such mental techniques weren't commonly seen in GOD's domain. However, once this GOD's domain gained access to the greater GOD's domain, learning such mental techniques would become a basic requirement. He was handling something. Galaxy Past suddenly felt his mind freezing. He couldn't even begin to imagine what item Fong was handling to fill this room with such frightening divine might. However, after some time had said, the divine might in the room had gradually disappeared, just like Fong said it would. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul had also stood up, her eyes filled with fighting spirit and wariness as she looked at Fong. Hidden Soul, stop messing around. Galaxy Past, who was still stuck on the ground, shouted hurriedly when he noticed Hidden Soul's expression. Hidden Soul? Sin of Pride. Fong was a little surprised when he looked at the woman standing before him. He was well acquainted with Hidden Soul during his previous life. He had even teamed up with the other party for an expedition before. However, it was precisely because of his familiarity with Hidden Soul that he found it hard to believe that the cloaked woman before him was the same Hidden Soul he knew of. Although Hidden Soul's impressive body remained the same, the aura she currently radiated felt completely different. During his previous life, the Hidden Soul he knew of was an outstanding woman with individual strength so strong that she could fight Divine Heart Carbet, one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, to a standstill. Yet now the current Hidden Soul felt like a crazed, hungry wolf, her body radiating a cold and violent aura. That's right. I'm the former Sin of Pride. Hidden Soul did not refute Feng's words. However, when she mentioned the words Sin of Pride, a hint of bitterness briefly appeared on her face. Then, she quickly reverted to her normal state, a hint of fear subconsciously appearing in her eyes. I was skeptical when Galaxy Past told me you were powerful before. After all, resisting a dragon's attack only proves that your attacks are strong. It is an entirely different matter for combat standards. Unlike Galaxy Past, who had only come across divine might radiated by items belonging to G. DS, she had fought actual Tier 6G. DS before. So, she knew what a Tier 6G, D's divine, might felt like. Hence, she knew that the divine might she just experienced didn't come from a Tier 6G, D, but a much more ancient and powerful being instead. Faced with such a powerful divine might, even a half-step Tier 6G, D-ranked expert like herself was rendered powerless. Yet, plus Fong had behaved nonchalantly while subjected to this same divine might. If she hadn't personally witnessed this scene for herself, she wouldn't have believed it. Now that you've seen me in person, what do you think of my combat standard? Plus Fong asked with a smile. You are very strong. Hidden Soul readily admitted. At the very least, your combat standard ranks within the top 10 of the people I know. Top 10 Plus Fong wasn't particularly surprised by Hidden Soul's appraisal. Then he asked, So, may I know the purpose of your visit? To join Zero Wing. Honestly, I've been on the fence on this matter originally, which is why I decided to come here in person to see if Zero Wing can help me. But after seeing you, I think the likelihood of that happening is low, Hidden Soul bluntly stated. I've seen several experts of your caliber in other D's domains, but none of the powers backing them can help me reach Tier 6. The strength of an expert could reflect the foundation of the power they belong to. This was also why she wanted to test plus Fong by launching a sneak attack on him. However, while plus Fong had displayed extraordinary concentration standard and willpower, his combat standard wasn't any better than the monsters she had come across. At most, he was on par with them. So, does this mean you don't plan on joining Zero Wing? Plus Fong asked as he looked at Hidden Soul. That's right. Hidden Soul nodded. Upon hearing Hidden Soul's response, Galaxy Past, still stuck lying on the floor, immediately grew nervous. If Hidden Soul refused to join Zero Wing, it'd be tough for him to find another domain realm expert. After all, he couldn't randomly invite any domain realm expert he knew, since he needed to take the Star Alliance's benefit into account. In Hidden Soul's case, she could already be considered an independent player. Even if she joined Zero Wing, it wouldn't disadvantage the Star Alliance in any way. However, just when Hidden Soul was about to leave, plus Fong suddenly smiled and said, if you were to ask for anything else in this D's domain, Zero Wing might have trouble fulfilling your request. However, if your request is only to reach Tier 6, Zero Wing can help you with that. Is what you say true? Hidden Soul couldn't help but turn to plus Fong, her eyes burning with Shaun. Honestly, she was already in despair over trying to reach Tier 6. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the miniature ancient world seeking an opportunity. Of course, while scrutinizing Hidden Soul's expression, plus Fong said, there are two main conditions players need to fulfill if they wish to reach Tier 6. The first condition is to have sufficient control and understanding over mana. The second condition is to have concentration at the Tier 6 standard. You have clearly fulfilled the first condition already. So the reason why you failed to reach Tier 6 thus far is because of your lacking concentration. Meanwhile, the reason why your concentration has failed to reach the Tier 6 standard is also simple. A strong body requires a strong mind. Likewise, a strong mind requires a strong body. I can see that your mana body is at the peak gold standard, and its completion rate is also very high. Normally, you should have long since reached Tier 6. Yet, the fact that you haven't reached it shows that your mental state is incredibly unstable, so you need an even stronger body to compensate for it. What you say is true. It is also the reason why I came to the miniature ancient world. Hidden Soul was not at all fazed by S.H.I. plus Feng's words. After all, these were all things she had long since known about. I've already tried challenging the Colosseum, but my limit is the peak gold standard. My completion rate is also at 100%. I can't make any further progress unless I can obtain a G.O.D. legacy. However, the rarity of G.O.D. legacies goes without saying. Even if someone manages to obtain one, there is no way they will sell it to me. Does Zero Wing have G.O.D. legacies available? G.O.D. legacies? Hearing Hidden Soul's question, S.H.I. plus Feng thought of a few G.O.D. legacies that should be undiscovered yet as of now. Then he shook his head and said, "We do have a few, but as you've said, they are incredibly valuable. They are not things an outer member should think of obtaining." Zero Wing has G.O.D. legacies? Galaxy Pass couldn't help but lift his head and look at S.H.I. plus Feng upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's words. If Zero Wing had G.O.D. legacies available for exchange, then Zero Wing's strength was far more frightening than he initially thought. They're available for exchange. At this moment, even Hidden Soul was a little stunned. She could tell that S.H.I. plus Feng wasn't boasting or lying through his tone and facial expression. In that case, how strong must a guild be to have the leeway to offer G.O.D. legacies for exchange? You shouldn't go thinking about those things right now. S.H.I. plus Feng said, chuckling when he noticed Hidden Soul's fiery gaze. I've already said that they're not things an outer member can obtain. You can only use other methods if you wish to reach Tier 6. Other methods? Hidden Soul grew curious. That's right. While a G.O.D. legacy is indeed your best option, it isn't irreplaceable, S.H.I. plus Feng said, smiling. Then he took out a strand of ancient G.O.D.'s blood from his bag and said, "Ancient G.O.D.'s blood, an item that can push your mana body to the next level." Chapter 51, Zero Wings Outer Member. Chapter 51, Zero Wings Outer Member Ancient G.O.D.'s blood? Am I dreaming? Galaxy Past's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the strand of ancient G.O.D.'s blood stored in the crystal vial in S.H.I. plus Feng's hand. In the current era, where G.O.D.S. had gone into seclusion, it was incredibly rare to come across even the possession of normal G.O.D.S. Meanwhile, ancient G.O.D.S. were the most ancient existences among G.O.D.S., and the possessions of ancient G.O.D.S. were incredibly rare even during the ancient era, let alone the modern era. It was especially true for an ancient G.O.D.'s precious blood. At this time, even the knowledgeable Hidden Soul was shocked and confused by the strand of ancient G.O.D.'s blood before her. Compared to Galaxy Past, Hidden Soul had a much more extensive information network in G.O.D.'s domain. Hence, she knew that there were only a few ancient G.O.D.'s possessions that had been found in the current G.O.D.'s domain. She also knew the ident. One tie of these items, but none of them was as precious as the ancient G.O.D.'s blood. Even in the other G.O.D.'s domains she visited, she had never heard of anything like the ancient G.O.D.'s blood. However, just when Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past were about to ask about the ancient G.O.D.'s blood's authenticity, a terrifying divine might suddenly descended upon the room once more. Immediately, both Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past fell flat to the floor again, neither of them able to put up any resistance. Meanwhile, the origin of this divine might was none other than the strand of purple gold blood inside the crystal vial. Seeing the two people before him falling to the floor once more, S.H.I. plus phone returned the ancient G.O.D's blood into his bag and said, "You've experienced the divine. Might this thing radiates for yourself now. Meanwhile, its effects are what I just told you. It can strengthen a player's mana body once, but to what extent depends on the player using it. At most, it can strengthen a mana body up to the epic rank. This ancient G.O.D's blood, after struggling to stand up again. Hidden Soul asked S.H.I. plus phone, can Zero Wing's outer members exchange for it? Hearing Hidden Soul's question, Galaxy Past, who remained lying on the floor, perked up his ears in interest. After all, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested in obtaining an epic mana body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his original level and achievements to restart his progress in the miniature ancient world. Yes, S.H.I. plus Feng said, smiling when he saw Hidden Soul's interest toward the ancient G.O.D's blood. Are you interested in joining Zero Wing now? During S.H.I. plus Feng's previous life, Hidden Soul was one of the flower of Seven Sin's 7 commanders. Back then, her strength ranked at the very top even in the greater G.O.D's domain. Although S.H.I. plus Feng didn't know why Hidden Soul would suddenly become a former commander of the Flower of Seven Sins in this life, it'd be a huge loss if he let her slip out of his grasp. After all, not only was Hidden Soul a domain realm expert, but she was even someone who had already taken the next step in the domain realm. Even if she wasn't as strong as she was in her previous life, she could still be regarded as a first-rate G.O.D. ranked expert in the greater G.O.D's domain. It should be known that S.H.I. plus Feng's current physique in the real world was terrible. The state of his mind was also dragged down because of his poor physique. In a fight of pure skill, he would be no match for Hidden Soul whatsoever. Hence, if he could recruit Hidden Soul into Zero Wing, it'd help him significantly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested, Hidden Soul said after taking a deep breath. Then she turned to Galaxy Past, who had just stood up, and earnestly said, "I will remember the favor you've done for me this time. As per our agreement, I will work together with you to earn points from now on." "It's great that you're willing to join," Galaxy Past said with a happy smile. "I guess we are allies now. Okay, since you wish to join, here's the contract," S.H.I. plus Feng said, nodding as he said the magic contract he prepared beforehand to Hidden Soul. Then he turned to Galaxy Past and continued, "Since you invited a domain realm expert this time, you will receive 50,000 Zero Wing points and 1 additional invitation slot." After saying so, S.H.I. plus Feng took out 2 lists from his bag and handed them to the 2 people before him. These are the items outer members can exchange. There is also a list of tasks and items you can use to acquire points. Take a look at them yourselves. After acquiring the mana protection crystals, S.H.I. plus Feng had drawn up an item exchange list and task list to help create a positive development cycle for Zero Wing while also ensuring that things didn't get out of his control. Currently, Zero Wing offered 3 services as an alliance. The first service was the exchange of Zero Wing points for items. The second service was the acquisition of points through tasks. The third service was the acquisition of points through item exchanges, as calculating and managing points was a relatively easy task. S.H.I. plus Feng could leave it to the hotel's NPC receptionist, Blake Hanna. So expensive, Galaxy Past was flabbergasted when he saw the list of items available for exchange. Currently, there were only 3 items available for exchange. The first item was the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. It cost 40 million points, significantly less than his previous predictions. Even so, exchanging for the technique wouldn't be an easy task. After all, 40 million points were equivalent to 40 million gold. It was a significant sum of money that even the various superpowers would need some time to emulate. The second item on the list was the ancient D's blood. It cost 10 million points to exchange. If converted to coins, it was an amount that would take a top-tier first-rate guild like the Star Alliance a significant amount of time to exchange. Although it was still incredibly expensive, it was far less unattainable than the Holy Annihilation technique. The third item up for exchange wasn't exactly an item. Instead, it was an opportunity to receive pointers. Each opportunity cost 1 million points. Although this was an astronomical price to pay for mere guidance, it was a worthwhile exchange if one could receive some inspiration when stuck at a bottleneck. However, the biggest problem here wasn't the cost of these items. Instead, the main problem was the lack of methods plus phone provided to acquire points. Currently, there was only one task on the task list, and that was to guide players. They would receive 500,000 points if they could help an appointed player reach the Refinement Realm, 2 million points for reaching the Flowing Water Realm, and 5 million points for reaching the Void Realm. While the rewards of this task might seem lucrative, helping a non-Refinement Realm player reach the Refinement Realm was easier said than done. It was a process highly dependent on luck, and the process could take anywhere from several days to several years. It was even more so for the Flowing Water Realm and Void Realm. Apart from tasks, the only other method of acquiring points was trading in items. Currently, there were only 3 items they could exchange for points. The first item was 7 Luminaries crystals, something which all powers in D's domain needed. 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal could be traded for 5,000 points. In coins, that was the current market rate for 7 Luminaries crystals. Only Body would trade 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal for 5,000 coins. The second item was the Holy Sword Broken Steel. It was one of the famed swords in D's domain, and it could be exchanged for 10 million zero wing points. The amount of points plus foam offered far exceeded the actual value of the Holy Sword. However, Broken Steel was currently in a mighty expert's possession. Even if said expert was no longer using the Holy Sword, it wouldn't be easy to get it off his hands. The third item was legendary materials such as dragon fangs, dragon claws, dragon scales, etc. Each material could be exchanged for 5,000 points. The price could also be considered reasonable. However, such materials typically came from dragons or inferior dragons, so obtaining them would be very challenging. If you wish to trade in items for points, you can do it with me here or Blake Hanna at the front desk. Plus Fong said, if you wish to receive pointers, you will have to wait until I am present in the Candlelight Hotel. Afterward, Hidden Soul and Galaxy Past discussed something privately with each other. Then, Hidden Soul chose to accept the teaching job, while Galaxy Past logged out of the game immediately. Evidently, Galaxy Past planned to mobilize the Star Alliance to acquire some of the items on the item exchange list. Mr. Blackflame, how many players can I teach at a time for this teaching task? Hidden Soul asked after giving the matter some thought. You can teach at most 5 players at a time, plus Fong explained. You also can't change your students unless they reach one of the 3 milestones. Originally, plus Fong had planned to teach his students himself. However, he simply had too many things to do now that he had just established Zero Wing. Not to mention, he had just gained a domain realm expert like Hidden Soul. It'd be a huge waste not to make proper use of her expertise. Do I instruct them in G, O, D's domain? Hidden Soul asked another question. That's right, S, H, I, plus Fong nodded. However, you must keep everything about yourself a secret from these people. All you need to do is instruct them. That won't be a problem. I'll keep my cloak on at all times. Hidden Soul answered without hesitation. Can I start now, then? As a former commander of the Flower of Seven Sins, keeping secrets was her forte. Although she didn't know why S, H, I, plus Fong wasn't doing the teaching himself, she understood that some questions were best left unasked. It was especially true when the questions involved Zero Wing, a guild capable of offering items such as the ancient G, O, D's blood, and G, O, D legacies for exchange. I'm afraid you'll have to wait in the hotel for a bit, S, H, I, plus Fong awkwardly said. I still need to contact the relevant people. All right. Hidden Soul readily agreed with S, H, I, plus Feng's arrangement and went downstairs to wait. Meanwhile, S, H, I, plus Fong hurriedly logged out of the game. G, O, D's Domain Academy, Advanced Training Hall. At this time, a tall young woman with silver hair and a frosty expression walked out of the advanced reaction tester. Then she looked at the robust man standing beside the tester and coldly said, "What did you say?" Lingling became a junior instructor's student. MHM, that instructor S, H, I, plus used to be the Shadows Guild leader, but he was dismissed because of some matters. I don't know what he said to student Wu Lingling, but she adamantly insists on getting taught by him. Luo Tiancheng hastily replied, his body shuddering involuntarily when subjected to the silver-haired girl's cold gaze. However, he did not feel the slightest bit angry even when faced with the silver-haired girl's rude questioning. On the contrary, he behaved respectfully in front of her. It was especially true after he saw the result displayed on the advanced reaction tester. S rank. Originally, the basic reaction tester the Academy possessed would only have evaluations of basic, intermediate, advanced, excellent, and perfect. However, after receiving a capital injection from various corporations, the Academy had introduced an advanced reaction tester to the advanced training hall. The tester was set to the standards of the various superpowers, and the tester similarly had 5 evaluation ranks: B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank. However, achieving a B rank evaluation in the advanced reaction tester was even more difficult than achieving a perfect evaluation in the basic reaction tester. The advanced reaction tester's testing criteria were so stringent that even some refinement realm experts could only score an A-rank evaluation, which was also Wu Xiaoxiao's best score previously. Yet, after leaving the academy for training for a short period, Wu Xiaoxiao was now able to achieve an S-rank evaluation. It was simply astounding. She wants only him to teach her. Wu Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes on Luo Tiancheng. Then, she grabbed her jacket from the nearby bench and coldly said, "I know what you're up to, Luo Tiancheng. Don't think that I can't see that you're trying to sow discord. Even so, that man should think twice if he thinks he can delude Lingling. I want to see what kind of abilities he has to dare boast about teaching Lingling." Chapter 52, Silver Witch. Chapter 52, Silver Witch. Early morning, G. O. D's Domain Academy sports field. Although autumn had yet to arrive, the cooling wind persuaded many students to wear their sports jackets as they did their morning exercise. Some students chatted as they jogged around the field, while some did basic strength training. The lively atmosphere on the field was not at all inferior to that of the Academy's library. You finished the 9 movement sets so quickly, Yu Heng, Qin Wuchen exclaimed as he looked at Xiao Yuheng, who was covered in sweat and gasping for air. "Amazing! You finished in just 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Didn't it take you 7 minutes and 52 seconds to finish the whole exercise yesterday?" Wu Lingling said, her mouth gaping slightly as she looked at the time displayed on her stopwatch. The 9 movement sets S, H, I, plus Feng taught them might seem simple, but after combining it with his special breathing method, every movement executed placed a huge strain on their bodies. It even felt like their hearts would explode when they did the exercise. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that completing one movement set was akin to running a 1,000-meter lap. By the time they completed all 9 movement sets properly, they would collapse to the ground in exhaustion. If they hadn't been training their bodies since young, they couldn't have completed even one repet, one tie-in of the exercise at all. Hee. After completing one repet, one tie-in, Xiao Yuheng giggled as she looked at Qin Wuchen and Wu Xiao. Then she cheekily said, "It's a secret. That's mean of you, Yuheng. I even shared with you some of the basic techniques Instructor S. H. I. Plus taught me before," Wu Lingling said, puffing up her cheeks and pretending to be angry. Although she had managed to shorten her time to 3 minutes and 40 seconds after receiving S. H. I. Plus Feng's catered instructions, she was still far from reaching S. H. I. Plus Feng's requirement of 3 minutes. If she kept on training at her current pace, it'd take her at least 3 to 5 days to achieve the target. There's nothing I can do about it. Shrugging helplessly, Xiao Yuheng said, "Only I am suitable to use this method. It's impossible for other people. Only you can use it." After hearing Xiao Yuheng's answer, Wu Lingling understood that Xiao Yuheng wasn't trying to monopolize the secret. Instead, there should be some special reason involved. Feeling a little frustrated, she said, "In that case, I'll probably have to attend another one of Instructor S. H. I. Plus S lessons before I can hit the 3-minute mark." Upon hearing Wu Lingling's words, Qin Wuchen looked at her aggrievedly and said, "Compared to Yuheng, you're the more ruthless one, Wu Lingling. You wiped out all the points of so many instructors. Now, the rest of us have no choice but to buy points at a higher price from the seniors. Even then, I only managed to secure enough points to attend one lesson thus far. Previously, after learning that they needed to pay 6,000 points to attend S. H. I. Plus Feng's CLA S. SES, they had tried to purchase points from the other instructors. Yet, when they tried to do so, every instructor they asked responded by saying they had already sold all of their spare points to Wu Lingling. That was more than 80,000 points they were talking about. Meanwhile, due to Wu Lingling's antics, the rest of the CLA S had no choice but to buy points from the seniors. However, even after asking every senior they could find, they only managed to gather enough for each person to have 6,000 points. Hearing Qin Wuchen's words, Xiao Yuheng and the others nodded to express their agreement. Because of Wu Lingling's behavior, not only did they have a difficult time buying points, but the price of points had even inflated. "Serves you right. Who told you guys to move so slowly?" Wu Lingling said and stuck out her tongue, a hint of pride on her pet. One face. She had spent all of her savings to acquire around 80,000 points. With this many points, she shouldn't have to worry about not having enough points for the next 2 months. By the way, about the message Instructor S. H. I. Plus sent us. He wants the top 5 among us to head to D's Domain's Candlelight Hotel for special training. What do you think Instructor S. H. I. Plus is planning on doing, Lingling? Xiao Yuheng asked after catching her breath. There was a reason why their whole CLA S had suddenly come to the field early in the morning to exercise. It wasn't because they were diligent. Instead, it was because they were testing the time it took them to complete one repet. One tie-in of S. H. I. Plus Feng's exercise and find the top 5 among them as per S. H. I. Plus Feng's instructions. I'm not sure, Wu Lingling said, shaking her head. However, I suspect that it has something to do with the visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. The Academy has just informed the instructors that the secret pavilion has decided to increase the number of students allowed to visit its branch headquarters. Instructor S.H.I. Plus must have received news of this as well, so he's probably conducting special training in preparation for that. After all, there is bound to be a spar between academies once we reach there. We're going to have to fight for our academy's reputation. That's possible. Qin Wuchen nodded. Thanks to the 4 heavenly kings, our academy always managed to rank within the top 8 of the provincial academy compet. 1. Tie-in. Although the visit to the secret pavilion this time won't involve all academies in the province, I heard that there will still be more than 10 academies partic. 1. P. Aiding in the tour. It'd be disgraceful for our academy if we performed poorly in the spar. An ordinary province would have around 70 or 80 G.O.D's domain academies, while larger ones would have over 100. For an academy in a third-tier city like Jinhai City, it was amazing that their academy managed to rank within the top 8 of the province in the past. After all, there was a significant difference between third-tier cities and first- and second-tier cities, since the stronger a guild was in G.O.D's domain, the more likely they would have their headquarters set in high-tiered cities. The fact that their academy managed to rank within the top 8 despite this fact was proof of their strength. Naturally, they couldn't sully this reputation during their visit to the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. Subsequently, after everyone completed their test and decided on the top 5 of the CLA, the noisy sports field suddenly grew quiet. Confused by this situation, Wu Lingling and the others looked toward the sports field's entrance. At this time, the crowd originally gathered at the sports field's entrance had taken the initiative to separate and open up a path. Meanwhile, every student standing amidst the crowd wore expressions of respect and admiration on their faces. A short moment later, 2 people appeared on the open path, one of them being Luo Tiancheng, a junior instructor of the academy, and the other being a silver-haired girl. What? That's Wu Xiaoxiao. Senior Wu Xiaoxiao is back already? Qin Wuchen and the others promptly grew excited when they saw the approaching silver-haired girl. Wu Xiaoxiao. She was the number 1 genius of Jinhai University's G.O.D's Domain Academy. At the same time, she was also the most talented student in the academy's history. Even though she was still a student, she had already become the vice commander of Dazzle Wave's main force. At the same time, she was also only 1 step away from entering the professional league's A-League, and she was known as the Silver Witch among G.O.D's domain's new generation of experts. Because of Wu Xiaoxiao's presence, Jinhai University managed to rank within the top 5 out of all the province's G.O.D's domain academies these past few years. Otherwise, even with the 4 heavenly kings' presence, Jinhai University probably couldn't even rank within the top 10. Why are you here, big sis? Wu Lingling obediently walked up to and greeted her sister. Shouldn't you be out training? The special training is already over. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw her cute little sister, her expression softened significantly. My initial plan was to come and see you after the results of my training are out, but do you think I can sit still after learning that you became the student of a junior instructor? Hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but sneer. Now that Wu Xiaoxiao had made a personal appearance, it wouldn't matter what S.H.I. plus Foam did. Wu Lingling would definitely be changing instructors now. You're overthinking things, big sis. Wu Lingling understood where her elder sister was coming from, so she explained, Instructor S.H.I. plus S teaching standard is incredible. I'm confident he is in no way inferior to the Academy's senior instructors. Let's hope that's the case, Wu Xiaoxiao said, paying no heed to her little sister's words. Can I meet with your instructor now? You want to meet with instructor S. H. I plus? After thinking for a moment, Wu Lingling said, Instructor S. H. I plus isn't at school right now. If you want to meet him, you'll have to do so in the miniature ancient world. I just so happen to be in the miniature ancient world. I'll go online in a moment, so take me to him, Wu Xiaoxiao said, her tone allowing no objections. If I deem him inadequate, you must transfer under my instructor. All right, then, but you mustn't behave rashly, Wu Lingling said. She knew that she couldn't change her elder sister's mind with words alone, so she had no choice but to agree with her elder sister's demand for now. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded. Afterward, Wu Lingling and the other top 5 students of the CLA S made their way back to the Academy's dormitory and logged into D's domain. Chapter 53, New Era. Chapter 53, New Era 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. Although the sun had already set and the only illumination on the main street came from magic street lamps, the number of players flooding the main street did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, they gathered at the bars and restaurants lining the street to talk and laugh about their harvests and encounters. Did you hear? Many superpowers are now planning to send a large number of experts into the miniature ancient world because of the World Pa-S Sage's opening. I did. According to a friend of mine, this miniature ancient world of ours is very special. It seems to be located at the boundary between 2D's domains, and players from both D's domains can enter this miniature ancient world. The only reason why we haven't met any players from the other D's domain is because we start in different zones. That's right, but the information I heard is a little more specific. You guys know about the Boundary River Regional Dungeon, right? I heard that so long as we reach level 120 and cross the Boundary River, we'll be able to reach the miniature ancient world's public training zone. They are players of both D's domains won't be subjected to any penalties. We can even freely trade resources between the 2D's domains. This is definitely a good opportunity to get rich. Nonsense. This is more than just an opportunity to make money. It's a chance for independent players like us to make it big in D's domain. Unlike on the main continent, we get to have the same starting point as the various major powers. If we make good use of this opportunity and seize the public zone's resources and territory ahead of the major powers, we'll be set for life. That's right. I've already gambled all of my life savings into the miniature ancient world. So long as I can get into the public zone ahead of the major powers, I'll be able to secure a plot of land for sure. I bet the income one can generate won't be any lower than that of an imperial capital's golden land. I've decided, other than eating and going to the toilet, I'm spending all of my time playing. Many of the players drinking and dining by the roadside talked about the current status quo in the miniature ancient world with great enthusiasm. Some of these players even wore fanatic looks on their faces. Sis, is what they say true? Wu Lingling, who had overheard the conversation of these players, asked as she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao with deep excitement and expectation in her eyes. The current D's domain could be described as a puddle of stagnant water. In fact, even the real world could be described as such. The various powers of D's domain had long since divided all of the resources available in both worlds among themselves. There were no longer any fights for supremacy like during D's domain's launch. However, if the miniature ancient world was really as these players said, D's domain would be ushering in a new and unprecedented era. New experts would emerge, and old legends would reappear. To members of the new generation like themselves, this was undoubtedly the best stage for them to I plus any. After hearing Wu Lingling's question, Qin Wuchen and the others perked up their ears. It was especially true for Lu Yuehang and Lu Wuxuan. The two had struggled greatly to enter the top 5 of the CLA. And their test results were only a few seconds faster than the students ranked behind them. Yet, now, not only did they manage to rank within the top 5 of their CLA, but they even got to walk together with Wu Xiaoxiao, the Academy's biggest star. It was simply an unbelievable situation. Meanwhile, as the vice commander of a top-tier first-rate guild's main force, Wu Xiaoxiao naturally had access to more information than the average independent player and executives of small guilds. So, it stood to reason that she should know more about the miniature ancient world. What they say is true, Wu Xiaoxiao said, a hint of fiery shine appearing on her icy face. Currently, all of the new talents nurtured by the various powers are starting to grow restless because of the miniature ancient world. Here, they get to start from the same position as the older generation experts and have a fairer compet. One tie-in. Moreover, there are many more opportunities available in the miniature ancient world than on the main continent. This is also why I entered the miniature ancient world. Moreover, I can tell you now that the various superpowers are MA's recruiting fresh talent right now. Some of them are even going as far as to nurture the talents of first-rate guilds partnered with them. So, you guys must cherish this opportunity. With the arrival of this new era, the various major powers placed unprecedented importance on rookie talents like themselves. Even the various superpowers were no exception. After all, the older generation experts would have most of their advantages wiped out when entering the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, rookies like themselves had much greater growth potential. Their rate of improvement was also much faster compared to older generation experts, whose growths had already stagnated. This was also why Wu Xiaoxiao had met with her little sister in such a hurry. Luo Tiancheng thought that by stirring up trouble, he could make Wu Lingling become Instructor Qi's student. However, little did he know that Wu Xiaoxiao had never set her sights on Instructor Qi at all. Instead, her goal was to turn her little sister into a talent nurtured by a superpower. Meanwhile, after hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Wuchen and the others promptly grew excited, their minds fantasizing about the possibility of class HI+ing against the experts of legends. "This is the Candlelight Hotel, sis," Wu Lingling said as she pointed at the tattered, 3-story hotel in front of her. Then, putting on a serious expression, she continued, "Let me make it clear first. You absolutely cannot mess around. I'll ignore you if you make Instructor SHI+ angry." Wu Lingling knew of her elder sister's personality very well. Her elder sister was a brutally straightforward person, and her words would almost always put others into an awkward situation. "You little girl." Wu Xiaoxiao huffed grumpily when she heard her little sister's words. "It's only been a few days since you became his student, yet you're already prioritizing him over me? Do you promise or not?" Wu Lingling said, puffing up her cheeks. "Fine, I promise you," Wu Lingling said, shaking her head helplessly. "However, if I find that he is lacking, you must leave with me." "That won't be a problem." Wu Lingling nodded. "Are you that confident in him?" Wu Xiaoxiao was a little surprised to see her little sister agreeing to her demand so readily. She had been close to her little sister since young, so she knew that Wu Lingling had a stubborn personality. Once the girl had decided on something, it'd be nigh impossible to change her mind. However, so long as she promised to do something, she would always keep her promise. Originally, Wu Xiaoxiao had been thinking about how she could get her little sister to agree to her bet. Now, though, she didn't have to go through such troubles anymore. Hearing her elder sister's words, Wu Lingling puffed up her chest and confidently said, "Of course. Even big sis Zio has nothing but praise for instructor S. H.I. plus S teaching standard." Zio? Wu Xiaoxiao grew even more surprised after hearing Wu Lingling's words. She naturally knew of Chen Zio's standards. If S.H.I. plus Feng managed to gain Chen Zio's acknowledgement, it meant that he indeed possessed some skill. However, Wu Xiaoxiao subsequently shook her head and said, "All right, then, lead the way." Wu Xiaoxiao admitted that Chen Zio was a talented individual. Chen Zio's strength also went without saying. Before partic 1P aiding in a superpowers training, she would have needed a long time to beat Chen Zio in a fight. However, that was no longer the case. Now, in a situation where they had similar basic attributes, levels, and tiers, Wu Xiaoxiao was confident she could beat Chen Zio in 3 moves. Indeed, the superpowers of D's domain were just that powerful. The world of superpowers was something she could have never imagined before receiving priority training from a superpower. Afterward, Wu Lingling led Wu Xiaoxiao into the Candlelight Hotel. See, our AP isn't the mana density here a little too crazy? Is this the benefit of staying in a hotel in the miniature ancient world? Qin Wuchen and the others were shocked when they entered the hotel's lobby. Mana was the foundation of everything in D's domain, and a good mana environment could provide significant benefits to players. Meanwhile, the density of the mana inside the Candlelight Hotel was on a completely different level compared to the mana outside. After entering the Candlelight Hotel, they could feel their minds gaining unprecedented clarity. They even experienced the feeling of being omnipotent. Interesting. The mana density here is even comparable to some holy lands. Wu Xiaoxiao was shocked after carefully sensing the mana inside the hotel. In D's domain, holy lands were considered the best place for players to train themselves. However, the various superpowers had already monopolized the holy lands on the main continent, and even most first-rate guilds could only dream of visiting these places. While Wu Xiaoxiao and the others were dazed, a low but pleasant voice suddenly entered their ears. "You're finally here." Everyone promptly turned toward the source of the voice upon hearing it. Then, they found themselves looking at a cloaked woman with a magnificent body sitting on a couch in the lobby. Chapter 54. This person is a monster. Chapter 54. This person is a monster. Has this person always been here? Qin Wuchen couldn't help but ask the others through the team chat when he saw the cloaked woman sitting on the sofa. Players would have their 5 senses enhanced significantly after reaching Tier 3. Meanwhile, thanks to the combat experience he had racked up during his journey to Tier 3, he would always subconsciously spread out his senses wherever he went to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Yet, before the cloaked woman spoke up, he had failed to notice her presence even at the slightest. This situation was simply Estoni's. H.I. plusing. She shouldn't be, right? Xiao Yuheng said, hesitantly. No, she should have been there the entire time. Wu Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head. Then, in a wary tone, she continued, "It's just that she has hidden her presence very well, and none of us managed to notice her before she spoke up." Upon hearing Wu Xiaoxiao's lysis, everyone immediately grew cautious of the cloaked woman. An expert capable of coming so close to them without their notice was without a doubt a huge threat to them. After all, there were many red players in D's domain, and a large portion of them were crazy players who piked solely for fun. It would be an absolute nightmare if such a player targeted them. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw the cloaked woman standing up and approaching them, she took the initiative to ask, "May I know what business you have with us, ma'am?" Mr. Blackflame sign me to teach you Hidden Soul, the cloaked woman said. Then she glanced at Wu Lingling's ID of whimsical wind and continued in a slightly surprised tone. Your ID matches, but why are there 6 of you? Whatever. 6 is even better. You lot, come with me. Is Instructor Blackflame not in the hotel? Wu Lingling asked, although S.H.I. plus Feng had previously stated in his message that someone would be helping them train in D's domain. They didn't come here just to train this time. Instructor Blackflame? Hidden Soul was surprised once more. She didn't think that S.H.I. plus Feng had taken in students under his wing. However, she quickly concluded that S.H.I. plus Feng was most likely trying to develop his own troops, so that Zero Wing could have an easier time managing its affairs in this D's domain. Mr. Blackflame has already gone offline because he has something to do. I will be overseeing your training in D's domain in his stead. All right, enough talking and come with me to the combat room. I need to check your actual combat standards before I decide how I should train you. He's leaving the teaching to others? Wu Xiaoxiao inwardly sneered when she heard Hidden Soul's words. It's a clever approach. Unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place. Originally, she thought that S.H.I. plus Feng possessed some level of skill. However, she didn't think that S.H.I. plus Feng would have caught wind of her arrival and hired an expert to teach in his place. The method S.H.I. plus Feng employed could be regarded as perfect. Even if the instructor he hired taught poorly, it couldn't be considered his problem. After all, he wasn't doing the teaching personally. At most, he could give the excuse that he had failed to account for the expert he hired to be bad at teaching. On the other hand, if the hired instructor did well, not only could S.H.I. plus Feng flaunt his expansive connections, but he could also show off his excellent insight, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, he had met her. Wu Xiaoxiao admitted that the cloaked woman before her was a capable expert, so much so that she had failed to notice the other party's presence immediately. However, she had fought against many such experts in the professional league before. If it were in the past, Wu Xiaoxiao would have had a headache dealing with such concealment experts. After all, as an elementalist, she'd fall into a huge disadvantage if she allowed an S.A. South Sin to come close to her. She might even get killed quickly. However, after returning from Crimson Emperor's special training course, her combat standard had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, she would have no problem dealing with experts like Hidden Soul. It was especially true in the miniature ancient world, where older generation experts and rookie experts had almost no difference in equipment standards. Sis Instructor S.H.I. plus isn't here. Will you still be joining us? Wu Lingling whispered to her elder sister. Of course. Since your instructor has hired such an expert, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't take a look at this scheme? Wu Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly. After saying so, Wu Xiaoxiao followed Hidden Soul to the hotel's underground combat room. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling and the others saw this, they quickly followed the two. Unlike Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Lingling and the others didn't have any problems with S.H.I. plus Feng finding someone else to teach them. After all, even Southern Tiger, a captain of the Soulfire Adventurer team, had tried to curry favor with S.H.I. plus Feng. So, it stood to reason that the expert S.H.I. plus Feng hired was someone strong. At the very least, Hidden Soul should be enough to teach freshmen like them. Candlelight Hotel, Underground Combat Room. The hotel's underground combat room was designed specifically for players. Although it didn't come equipped with as many functions as the combat rooms found in the battle arena, and its size was only a mere 50-yard radius, it was more than enough for players to practice their skills and spells in. Miss Instructor, how will you be testing our actual combat standards? Qin Wuchen curiously asked when he saw the relatively small combat room. This small combat room might be suitable for Tier 2 players to duel in, but it was somewhat lacking for a duel between Tier 3 players. After reaching Tier 3, experts would only need a few steps to cross a distance of 100 yards. A Tier 3 Great Mage could even cover the entire room with their AoE spells. So, for Tier 3 players, a combat room so small was only useful for target practice and nothing more. Just come at me together. Don't worry about anything and attack me with everything you've got, Hidden Soul calmly said, as she swept a glance at Wu Xiaoxiao and the others. I won't use any weapons. It's your win so long as you can land a hit on me. I can give each of you an advanced CLA. S Legacy if you win. I can even give you a peak CLA. S Legacy if you want. Advanced or peak CLA. S Legacies? The eyes of Qin Wuchen and the others instantly reddened a little when they heard Hidden Soul's words. Hidden CLA. SES were incredibly rare in G.O.D's domain, and even a basic hidden CLA. S was worth astronomical amounts of money. In the case of advanced legacies, even first-rate powers would go crazy for them. They weren't items that ordinary experts could get their hands on at all. Is what you say true? At this time, even Wu Xiaoxiao felt a little tempted. After all, she didn't even have an advanced legacy right now, let alone a peak legacy. Instead, she only possessed the basic hidden CLA. S Illusionist, even though the hidden CLA. S only allowed her to create illusions in battle, making it difficult for her opponents to keep track of her. It had still helped her greatly thus far. If she could obtain an advanced legacy, not only would it increase her strength significantly, but it could also help her Sively when she tried to reach Tier 5 in the future. Don't believe me? Seeing the skeptical look on Wu Xiaoxiao's face, Hidden Soul took out a stone tablet that radiated a golden aura from her bag and said, "Take a look at it yourself. An advanced legacy. It's a real advanced legacy." Qin Wuchen's eyes bulged when he saw the stone tablet. "I've seen one in a battle video before. In that case, I'll gladly take you up on your offer," Wu Xiaoxiao said, her expression turning serious when she saw the stone tablet. Immediately, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others took out their weapons. Then, without prior discussion, the 6 of them tacitly scattered across the room, fully intent on going all out for Hidden Soul's test. Meanwhile, as soon as everyone was in position, Wu Xiaoxiao waved her epic staff and cast 2 spells simultaneously. Tier 3 spell, Phantom Art. Tier 3 spell, Thunderbolt Block. Immediately, not only did Wu Xiaoxiao split into more than 10 copies of herself, but every one of them held a chain made of lightning in their hands. It was impossible to distinguish her real body from the fakes at all. As for the others, they coordinated their movements with Wu Xiaoxiao, with Xiao Yuheng firing a series of arrows at Hidden Soul, Wu Lingling charging forward after using Wind Blade, Lu Wuxuan standing close to Wu Xiaoxiao with his SHI plus ELD raised and his body poised for action, Lu Yiwecheng casting a Truth SHI plus ELD on Wu Xiaoxiao, and Qin Wuchen secretly entering stealth. Although the 6 of them had no prior experience working with each other before, there wasn't any conflict in their CLA. SES. On the contrary, their CLA SES allowed them to make up for each other's flaws, doubling their effective combat power. I already told you to attack me with everything with your full strength. Why are you using a boss rating strategy to fight a player? Hidden Soul said in a slightly frustrated tone when she saw Wu Xiaoxiao and the others scattered around her. Have any of you fought with other players all these years? After letting out a sigh, Hidden Soul took a step forward. Subsequently, Hidden Soul's cloaked figure split into over a dozen indistinguishable copies. each copy charging in different directions. What kind of skill is this? Wu Lingling, who had charged to the forefront, was a little dumbfounded when she looked at the realistic doppelgangers in front of her. Typically, even if a Tier 3 Sin had a doppelganger skill, they could, at most, produce 3 to 5 realistic doppelgangers or a dozen or so false doppelgangers. There shouldn't be a Tier 3 doppelganger skill capable of producing over a dozen realistic doppelgangers. No, this isn't a skill. Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Hidden Soul's doppelgangers. She's using the bronze footwork 1,000 shadow steps. During her training at Crimson Emperor, the instructor overseeing the training had shown them a video of an expert executing 1,000 shadow steps, so Wu Xiaoxiao could quickly discern the move Hidden Soul used. Meanwhile, the instructor at the time had specifically told them that should they encounter an expert capable of using the bronze combat technique under Tier 5, there was only one thing they should do: run. This was because anyone capable of using 1,000 shadow steps before reaching Tier 5 was essentially invincible among experts beneath the domain realm. Moreover, such an expert could be regarded as a one-man army, their effectiveness in PvP matching that of a 1,000-man team. Meanwhile, as soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly entered her ears. Good insight, average talent, a good degree of mana control, and good reaction. Unfortunately, your combat standard is too low, and you didn't even use your berserk skill. You even used double speed casting in this confined SPAC instead of leaving it as a backup plan. If I were to score you out of 100 points, I'd give you only 5 points. As soon as these words entered her ears, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt her vision darkening. Meanwhile, just as Wu Xiaoxiao was about to collapse to the ground, she vaguely saw Wu Lingling and the others collapsing to the ground one after another. A monster! Chapter 55. Chapter 55 Candlelight Hotel. Underground Training Room. Along with the appearance of several bundles of light, Wu Xiaoxiao and the others quickly reverted to their original state, shock and confusion coloring their faces as if they had experienced the same dream. One person, in a situation where everyone was at level 101 and geared in epic weapons and equipment at most, they didn't even know how they lost to Hidden Soul, let alone class plussing against her. Meanwhile, all of this ended in an instant. What kind of monster is she? After snapping out of her daze, Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at Hidden Soul in shock. Even the training camp's head instructor doesn't have strength like this. Could she be a D-ranked expert? The various superpowers would typically have Tier 5 experts lead their training camps. Meanwhile, when Partik 1P aiding in Crimson Emperor's training camp for top-tier geniuses, Wu Xiaoxiao had the fortune of meeting Blue Gown, a legendary individual from Crimson Emperor. The glorious Saint Blue Gown was once one of the top 3 geniuses in Crimson Emperor. After becoming a vice guild leader in Crimson Emperor, she even became one of the 12 sacred knights in D's domain. Now that so many years had passed since Blue Gown had made these achievements, she had already become one of the top-ranking players in the A-League. Although she had never reached Tier 6, few under Tier 5 could be her match. Yet, despite Blue Gown being such a strong individual, Wu Xiaoxiao felt that Blue Gown couldn't even hold a candle to the mysterious cloaked woman before her right now. The two were standing on completely different levels. However, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and denied the possibility of Hidden Soul being a D-ranked expert. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way a Tier 6 D-ranked expert would come to the miniature ancient world. Moreover, she didn't think that Feng, the former guild leader of a second-rate guild, could be acquainted with a Tier 6 D-ranked expert. Even so, Wu Xiaoxiao still couldn't help but wonder how S.H.I. plus Feng had managed to get acquainted with such a powerful expert. Have you six been sleeping in D's domain all these years? If I were to score your combat standards, I would give the best among you only 5 out of 100 points, while the rest of you won't receive more than 3 points. To make things worse, all 6 of you only have mediocre talent, Hidden Soul said, her eyes filled with frustration when she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and the others. She had originally thought that S.H.I. plus Feng would surprise her with amazing geniuses. Now, though, it would seem that she was thinking too much. S.H.I. plus Feng had simply found a few trustworthy players to train in the miniature ancient world. Mediocre talent? 5 points. Qin Wuchen and the others couldn't help but look at Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling when they heard Hidden Soul's evaluation. They felt that Hidden Soul was joking with them. After all, Wu Lingling was currently regarded as the D's Domain Academy's #1 genius. Even the Academy's current 4 heavenly kings wouldn't be a match for Wu Lingling when they were still in their freshman year. As for Wu Xiaoxiao, not only was she a publicly acknowledged top-tier genius in D's domain, but she was also only half a step away from entering the professional league's A-League. It should be known that the A-League was a stage where many of D's domain's apex experts fought. Anyone capable of setting foot on this stage was a famous big shot in D's domain. Yet, despite Wu Xiaoxiao being such a talented expert, Hidden Soul had written her off as worthless. Instructor, my big sister definitely isn't. At this time, even Wu Lingling couldn't help but want to refute Hidden Soul's evaluation. She wasn't doing this for her own sake. Instead, she sincerely thought that her elder sister was a true genius. You don't need to defend me, Lingling. Wu Xiaoxiao reached out and interrupted Wu Lingling. What this instructor said is true. My talent is nothing special among the rookies. The various superpowers are nurturing. In fact, my talent doesn't even reach the average standard. Wu Xiaoxiao was not the slightest bit surprised by Hidden Soul's evaluation. If it was before Wu Xiaoxiao had Partic 1P aided in Crimson Emperor's special training, she would have most likely tried to refute Hidden Soul's evaluation. However, after seeing the various superpowers and first-rate guilds' rookie talents, she came to understand one thing. Her talent was truly mediocre. It was also because Wu Xiaoxiao came to understand this that she wanted to let Wu Lingling partake in Crimson Emperor's special training even more. This was because her little sister was much more talented than her. Despite having only enrolled in the D's Domain Academy recently at 17, Wu Lingling had already mastered Formless Steps, a top-tier basic combat technique. Her talent could be considered rare even among Crimson Emperor's young geniuses. If Wu Lingling could receive Crimson Emperor's priority training, Wu Xiaoxiao was confident that her little sister's future achievements would far surpass hers. Not bad. At least you're self-aware of your weaknesses, Hidden Soul said, a rare smile appearing on her face. Since you know you are mediocre, you need to work even harder if you want to become strong in the future. What you 6 need to do next is simple. Fight me. You will pass when one of you manages to last more than a move against me. We will begin the real training once you pass. After saying so, Hidden Soul vanished from everyone's sights and mental perception once more. Not good. Spread out immediately. Wu Xiaoxiao promptly activated her berserk skill when she saw Hidden Soul disappearing. Then she cast a magic barrier around herself. Tier 3 spell, Water Barrier. Unfortunately, even though Wu Xiaoxiao had reacted quickly, she saw a dilapidated short sword cutting at her before her water barrier could even finish taking shape. Then her vision darkened and her body collapsed to the ground. Moreover, Wu Xiaoxiao wasn't the only one who had collapsed. Wu Lingling and the others had also collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Your response was good this time. It's a pity that your reactions are still too slow, Hidden Soul said, as she reappeared in front of everyone once more. Then she shouted again, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, as if entering a cycle of death. Wu Xiao Xiao, and the others got slaughtered by Hidden Soul one time after another. The entire process could be summed up as Wu Xiao Xiao, and the others trying to escape as soon as they got resurrected. However, even after exhausting all of their strategies, Wu Xiao Xiao and the others were still met with death. At best, they had managed to delay their deaths by 0.5 seconds. Meanwhile, along with their repeated deaths, Wu Xiao Xiao and the others also came to understand the horror of Hidden Soul. Rather than a monster, it would be more appropriate to call Hidden Soul AGOD of death. They would die as soon as she laid eyes on them. In the meantime, inside one of the villas, one of the Qingzhou Villa District, SHI plus Feng leisurely took out a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid from the fridge and drank it. Then he started doing the 9 movement sets he had taught to Wu Lingling and the others. Only the breathing technique he used in conjunction with this exercise was completely different, and its complexity was many times greater. After completing 1 repet, 1 Tian SHI plus Feng approached the fridge again, grabbed another bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, and emptied the bottle's contents into his stomach. As expected, the recovery effect of A-rank nutrient fluids is lacking. I can only complete the body strengthening technique twice a day. SHI plus Feng revealed a bitter smile when he looked at his trembling fists. At this rate, it'd take me at least a year or 2 to get my physical fitness to the master standard. The exercise he taught to Wu Lingling and the others was a simplified version of his body strengthening technique. Meanwhile, the body strengthening technique was a training method he developed after combining the training methods he had gathered from other subworlds. The body strengthening technique allowed him to train the muscles throughout his entire body, and it did so by enriching his body cells with oxygen and accelerating his metabolism. This, in turn, helped with improving his physique from all aspects, and these improvements would continue until his physical fitness reached the standard of a Hunglian master. Even in the greater GOD's domain, the body strengthening technique he created was extremely popular. The only problem with the technique was the harm it did to the user's body. Normally, one would need the help of S-rank nutrient fluids to perfectly restore the damage caused by overloading the body. If SHI plus Feng had enough S-rank nutrient fluids to help him recover, he would only need 1 month to bring his physical fitness to the level of a Hunglian master. Just when SHI plus Feng was about to head to the GOD's Domain Academy for CLA after taking a short rest, the doorbell of his villa suddenly rang. Then, the house's smart housekeeper displayed the holographic image of a young man in front of SHI plus Feng. Meanwhile, this young man was none other than Gu Iren, one of World Domination's internal experts and Shadow's current guild leader. Chapter 56, Secret Discovered. Chapter 56, Secret Discovered. Why is he here? SHI plus Feng was a little surprised when he saw the white-clad young man in the holographic display. He hadn't really interacted with Gu Iren before. Even before he reincarnated, he had only learned of the other party through reading the files Lan Hailong gave him. According to those files, Gu Iren had said World Domination's internal member trial when he was 17. There had been over 100,000 rookie players partaking in the trial back then. Among them, there were plenty of talented young men and women who could easily get into top-tier schools. Yet, out of the 30 rookies World Domination recruited, Gu Iren managed to come in fourth place. After joining world domination, Gu Iren's growth accelerated even further. By 20, he had already become a vice commander in world domination's main force. It should be known that even the minimum requirement to become a vice commander of one of world domination's frontline teams was to be a Tier 4 refinement realm expert. The requirement to become a vice commander in world domination's main force was even higher. If Gu Iren were to join a first-rate guild, he would instantly be made into an elder-level executive, or possibly even a vice guild leader. Currently, due to Gu Iren being Shadow's guild leader, many people have ignored the fact that he was only 21 years old this year. At that age, he would only be a fourth-year student in university. However, compared to Wu Xiaoxiao, the D's Domain Academy's current star, Gu Iren was definitely superior. Honestly, with Gu Iren's standards, having him serve as a second-rate guild's guild leader was somewhat of an overkill. Can we have a talk, Instructor S.H.I+? Gu Iren's holographic image asked. Sure, come in, S.H.I+, Feng said. Then, he had the smart housekeeper open the front door. When Gu Iren entered the first-floor living room, S.H.I+, Feng noticed that the other party didn't come alone. Instead, there was a beautiful girl dressed like a secretary standing behind Gu Iren. It seems I've underestimated the importance Shadow holds in world domination's eyes. To think it would send two top-tier talents to oversee a mere second-rate guild, S.H.I+, Feng murmured to himself, feeling a little surprised when he saw the girl dressed like a secretary. Even though the girl looked like she was only 20 years old, her physique was already at the half-step Hunglian master standard. Even in the entire Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy, body was capable of rivaling this girl in terms of physique. Moreover, judging by the way she carried herself and the level of alertness she showed, the girl was probably at the flowing water realm already. A 20-year-old flowing water realm expert was an existence only the various superpowers could reliably produce. Such an existence wasn't something the various first-rate powers of D's domain could hope to produce. Meanwhile, upon hearing S.H.I+ Feng's soft mutterings, the girl, Tao Yue, couldn't help but look at S.H.I+ Feng in surprise and caution. Ever since Tao Yue arrived in Jinhai City, she had disguised herself as Gu Iren's secretary, and not even Lan Hailong, Shadow's president, knew of her actual ident. In everyone's eyes, she was nothing but an ordinary secretary. And, Body in the city had yet to realize that she, too, was one of world domination's top-tier geniuses. Yet, now, less than 3 seconds after she stepped into this living room, S.H.I+ Feng, the former guild leader of Shadow, had effortlessly seen through her disguise. This situation was inconceivable, no matter how she thought about it. Ha ha ha, you truly do have great eyes, Instructor S.H.I+. No wonder why a genius like Wu Lingling insists on having you as her instructor. Gu Iren openly acknowledged S.H.I+ Feng's words. As you've surmised, this person beside me is Tao Yue. She is my junior sister, and similarly a vice commander of world domination's main force. Unfazed by this revelation, S.H.I+ Feng got straight to the point and asked, So, what business do you have with me? Join us. Or, more specifically, return to Shadow. I will give you the position of Vice Guild Leader and let you manage all of Shadow's affairs. What do you think? Gu Iren asked with a smile. Of course, I will handle the explanation on Lan Hailong's side. He shouldn't have any qualms with my decision. That easily S.H.I+ Feng smiled. Don't I need to do something? Of course, there is a price. However, it is a simple price to pay for you, Gu Iren said, chuckling. Then he earnestly said, So long as you hand over the complete version of your training method, the exercise you taught to Wu Lingling, and the others, you can continue being Shadow's guild leader. Yue, and I won't remain in Shadow forever, so it is only a matter of time before you get the position back. We can even help you secure Shadow if you want. At that time, Lon Hailong will only be president in name. You will have the final say in Shadow. When Gu Iren spoke up to this point, Tao Yue's eyes briefly sparkled. Before investigating Wu Lingling, they summed that Wu Lingling was a rare talent in Jinhai City. They had even made plans to recruit Wu Lingling into world domination. However, after investigating deeper into Wu Lingling, they discovered that the girl wasn't as excellent as they thought. Specifically, Wu Lingling didn't used to be as excellent as they thought. However, everything changed on the day Wu Lingling took her enrollment test. Wu Lingling, who should have only received an A-rank evaluation for her enrollment test originally, had unexpectedly received an S-rank evaluation. It might be fine if Wu Lingling was the only person to have made such a sudden improvement. However, after they looked deeper into the matter, they discovered something shocking. Every student who partook 1. P. aided in S. H. I. plus Feng's brief training session had their evaluations increased by 1 rank. Indeed, in only a few short hours, every one of S. H. I. plus Feng's students had raised their evaluations by 1 rank. In the eyes of ordinary powers, they would probably only find this situation to be amazing and nothing more. However, it was a completely different story for the various superpowers. The feat of helping someone make visible improvements to their combat standards in a matter of a few hours was something even the various superpowers could not accomplish. It didn't matter even if the person in question had only gone from the trial tower's 5th floor early stage to the 5th floor middle stage. At most, the various superpowers could help bona fide top-tier geniuses achieve such rapid improvement. If a person only had average talent, even the best training methods the various superpowers could offer couldn't help this person make visible improvements in only a few hours. Moreover, Wu Lingling's subsequent performances were even more astonish. Not only did she single-handedly win the freshman compet, 1. Tian, but her combat standard had even reached the 5th floor's late stage already at the time of the compet. 1. Tian. It should be known that the freshman compet, 1. Tian was held the day after the enrollment test. Meanwhile, the increase in the difficulty of the trial tower's challenges grew greater, and greater the higher one climbed. So, the amount of time one needed to pass each stage would also increase exponentially. Wu Lingling's rate of improvement simply defied common sense. Compared to Wu Lingling, the various superpowers' top-tier geniuses were nothing but a joke. Afterward, they had secretly hired some of the Academy's freshmen to challenge Qin Wuchen, Xiao Yuheng, and the other students under S.H.I. plus Feng to a spar. Meanwhile, they found that every one of S.H.I. plus Feng's students had displayed far superior combat standards than what they previously displayed in their enrollment test. Qin Wuchen, in particular, had already reached the 5th floor middle stage standard. It should be known that Qin Wuchen had only scored an A-rank evaluation in his enrollment test. Yet, he had already caught up with Gu Tong, who was publicly recognized as a genius. Not to mention, even Gu Tong had only reached the 5th floor's middle stage recently. After racking their heads over this situation, the only explanation Gu Iren and Tao Yue could come up with for this astonies H.I. plusing situation was the exercise S.H.I. plus Feng had taught to Qin Wuchen and the others. Meanwhile, after coming to this conclusion, the two of them had secretly tried to mimic the exercise. However, even after mimicking the 9 movement sets perfectly, they failed to experience any benefits from the exercise. This meant that there must be a secret to this exercise that they weren't aware of, and that blindly copying the movements was useless. In that case, if they wished to obtain the complete version of the exercise, they would have to get it from S.H.I. plus Feng's hands. However, after hearing Gu Iren's words, S.H.I. plus Feng simply smiled and asked, "What if I refuse?" Chapter 57, The Sky is Falling. Chapter 57, The Sky is Falling. Not interested, are you? Seemingly having expected S.H.I. plus Feng's answer, Gu Iren smiled and said, "I'm sure you have many partners you can trade with, Instructor S.H.I. plus, so you don't necessarily have to trade with us. However, I can assure you that we are your best option. It is especially true around this time." "I know what you mean." Nonchalantly, S.H.I. plus Feng said, "Since you managed to find out about this matter, other people can naturally do so as well. However, those people wouldn't necessarily be as amiable as you, right? I'm glad that you are an understanding person, Instructor S.H.I. plus." Without hiding anything, Gu Iren said, "I'll get straight to the point, then. The training method you have in your possession is extraordinary, Instructor S.H.I. plus. Once news of it gets out, even Soulfire won't dare to get involved with it, let alone Jinhai University. Meanwhile, once the various superpowers start to take action, what you'll be faced with isn't a transaction offer, but a one-sided offering instead. If handled poorly, you might even get struck down into the abyss. However, if you trade with us now, we will help you fend off all of these problems. You can even return to your previous guild leader position. Moreover, with our support, Shadow will also become your possession. This is a win-win solution for both of us." At this point, Gu Iren was adamant in obtaining the complete version of S.H.I. plus Feng's exercise. Even though this exercise could only help players reach the refinement realm according to their understanding, it was still plenty of stonies. H.I. plus ing to the various superpowers. After all, nurturing a player to the refinement realm wasn't an easy task, as factors such as luck and talent played an important role. Otherwise, the various superpowers would have long since been flooded with refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, if he could acquire this refinement exercise, both he and Tao Yue would instantly become high-level executives in world domination and acquire resources unimaginable to them before. They might even gain access to the legendary upper zone. "Thank you for your concern, Guild Leader Gu, but I am still uninterested in your offer," S.H.I. plus Feng said, shaking his head. "If you really wish to trade, it will cost you 500 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid." 500? Are you insane? Tao Yue subconsciously raised her voice when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's demand. It was impossible to find S-rank nutrient fluids on the open market. Although they were privately traded for 1 million credits per bottle, even the various superpowers could only acquire a limited amount from the various major corporations. Meanwhile, this amount wasn't even enough to satisfy the various superpowers' internal needs. Even though she and Gu Iren were regarded as top-tier talents in world domination, they could only exchange for 5 bottles per year or 10 bottles in total. Yet S.H.I. plus Feng was asking for 500 bottles. This was daylight robbery. "If you don't have that many, there's nothing I can do to help you," S.H.I. plus Feng said, shrugging. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He wasn't against selling his exercise if he could get a sufficient amount of S-rank nutrient fluids in exchange. After all this exercise did was lower the bar for players to reach the refinement realm. It didn't mean that anyone who practiced it could reach the refinement realm. Tao Yue grew even more furious after hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's response. She was a top-tier genius in world domination. Never had she suffered such humiliation before. Since you aren't interested in trading, we will be taking our leave first. Instructor S. H. I. Plus. But if you change your mind in the future, feel free to contact me at any time, Gu Irin said. Unlike Tao Yue, he did not get angry over S. H. I. Plus Feng's response. On the contrary, he politely bid goodbye to S. H. I. Plus Feng and dragged Tao Yue out of the villa with him. Meanwhile, after leaving the villa, Tao Yue glared at Gu Irin in dissatisfaction and asked, "Why did you stop me just now, senior brother? I was only trying to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll really think that he's amazing and that he can trade with us as equals. Teach him a lesson?" Gu Irin rolled his eyes at Tao Yue. Then he looked back at the villa with a heavy expression and said, "If I didn't stop you just now, you would have most likely gotten into big trouble by now. Is he that strong?" Tao Yue asked skeptically as she looked at the fearful expression on Gu Irin's face. She had conducted a thorough investigation into S. H. I. Plus Feng's history, so she knew he was merely an ordinary person. He did not have any background or powerful experts supporting him. His performance was also extraordinarily mediocre throughout the 10 years he spent in G.O.D's domain. She had even looked into S. H. I. Plus Feng's friends and knew that all of them were ordinary people. Moreover, because S. H. I. Plus Feng had failed to receive systematic training when he was young, even after receiving training resources from Shadow later down the line, his physical fitness was only on the level of first-rate athletes. She would need only one punch to topple such a person. "You know that I've always had a sharp intuition," Gu Irin said. "It is precisely because of my sharp intuition that Teacher chose to take me under his wing. Teacher says that I am extremely gifted when it comes to mental strength. Teacher has even taught me a few meditation techniques that have helped develop my mental strength greatly." Tao Yue silently nodded to Gu Irin's words. She was aware that Gu Irin possessed a sharp intuition. Because of his sharp intuition, Gu Irin had managed to come in 4th place during the rookie test. In comparison, she only managed to come in 10th. My perception of experts is also different from other people. In my eyes, some experts are like household cats, while some are like hungry wolves and lions. However, when I looked at S. H. I. Plus Feng before, I couldn't sense anything from him. He felt no different than a tree in my perception. If I hadn't seen him talking, I would have even suspected that he wasn't alive. But the moment you tried to take action, Gu Irin paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Then, the fear on his face intensified as he continued in a slightly trembling voice. "Do you know what I felt?" "What? A tiger? Or is it a monster brandis?" H. I. Plussing its claws? Tao Yue grew curious when she saw Gu Irin's fear intensifying. She knew that Gu Irin could express the threat he perceived from his opponents in various forms. Meanwhile, if his opponent's threat level manifested in the form of household pets such as cats and dogs, it meant that his opponent was merely an ordinary refinement realm expert or a half-step master in the real world, individuals incapable of posing any significant threat to him. However, if the opponent's threat level manifested as a wolf, it was almost certain that the opponent was a martial arts master in the real world. In the case of lions and tigers, these manifestations were reserved for top-tier martial arts masters. "I didn't perceive any animal or monster," Gu Irin said, shaking his head. "That proves he isn't anything." Then Tao Yue said, feeling a little speechless. Ignoring Tao Yue's words, Gu Irin turned around and looked at his junior sister. Then he took a deep breath and whispered. Instead, what I perceived was the sky falling. Chapter 58. You brought this onto yourself. Chapter 58. You brought this onto yourself. The sky fell. Tao Yue scratched her head, failing to understand Gu Iren's point. This is also my first time coming across such a situation, Gu Iren said with a bitter smile. All I know is that the moment you tried to take action, I got the feeling that the sky was falling and an indescribable sense of death filled the living room. Are you sure nothing's wrong with your mind, senior brother? Tao Yue asked when she saw Gu Iren's abnormal behavior. S.H.I. Plus Feng was nothing more than a Tier 3 player during his peak. Even if he used to be Shadow's guild leader, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of the various superpowers, S.H.I. Plus Feng was nothing more than an insignificant ant. Yet now Gu Iren was describing S.H.I. Plus Feng as if he was someone amazing. Those unaware of Gu Iren's abilities might even think that he had gone crazy. Anyway, we should be more careful of S.H.I. Plus Feng, Gu Iren said. Don't forget that he managed to see through your strength with just a glance. He isn't as simple as he looks. However, I have already told this matter to Teacher, and Teacher has said that he will make a trip here soon. It wouldn't be late for us to teach S.H.I. Plus Feng a lesson at that time. Teacher is coming here in person? Tao Yue's eyes lit up when she heard Gu Iren's words. That's wonderful. We'll see how S.H.I. Plus Feng continues behaving arrogantly at that time. Their teacher was a legendary individual in world domination. If their teacher visited Jinhai City, S.H.I. Plus Feng would have to hand over the complete version of the refinement realm exercise, even if he didn't want to. Meanwhile, inside S.H.I. Plus Feng's villa, after Gu Iren and Tao Yue left, S.H.I. Plus Feng quietly stood by the window and took an extra look at Gu Iren. It seems I have underestimated the superpowers of this world. I didn't think he would notice my intentions of attacking just now. S.H.I. Plus Feng's face took on a slightly serious look as he watched Gu Iren and Tao Yue driving away in their car. I'll have to raise my physical fitness as quickly as possible. On an individual level, S.H.I. Plus Feng did not see Gu Iren and Tao Yue as a threat at all. Even if his body was in poor shape right now, he could still beat the two of them effortlessly. After all, he had been a neutralizing grandmaster and a mental strength grandmaster during his previous life. Few people could match him even in the upper zone. While his current physique might be terrible, the skills he honed during his previous life remained. He would have no problems defeating even internal force masters in his current state. Not to mention, neither Gu Iren nor Tao Yue was an internal force master. However, Gu Iren's arrival had also served as a wake-up call for S.H.I. Plus Feng. He would probably have a tough time going up against the various superpowers' old monsters. After all, the difference in physical fitness between them was far too massive. It wasn't a gap that could be easily bridged using techniques alone. Hence, he needed to improve his physical fitness as quickly as possible. At the very least, he needed to reach the half-step master standard. If he could accomplish that, he would be able to deal with most problems he would encounter. Thinking up to this point, S.H.I. Plus Feng reluctantly put on his jacket and drove his car to Jinhai University. He had to admit that being a teacher was truly a tedious job. However, this was the most reliable way S.H.I. Plus Feng could think of to acquire S-rank nutrient fluids. It was true that he had many things he could use to trade with the various superpowers, with many of these things being even better than the exercise Gu Iren and Tao Yue sought. However, all transactions were established based on equality. He would simply be seeking an early death if he tried to trade with the various superpowers without having sufficient strength. Jinhai University, G.O.D's Domain Academy, teaching block number 3, although SES had only started officially yesterday. Many of the academy's well-known instructors were busy conducting special training with their apprentices outside of the academy's campus, so they didn't have time to hold CLA, SES at all. Even so, students still flooded the teaching block. When SHI plus Fong entered teaching block number 3, he found himself looking at many instructors fighting over the available CLA, SES in the lobby. What's going on? Teaching block number 3 had over 200 CLA, rooms. Yet, now, only a few were left. Moreover, all of the remaining CLA, rooms were super large CLA, rooms. Not even one small CLA, room remained available right now. The teaching block's super large CLA, rooms were unique compared to the other CLA, rooms available. Apart from being able to accommodate 400 people, the super large CLA, rooms also had state-of-the-art technology that allowed occupants to connect their D's domain IDs and conduct virtual battles and guidance inside the CLA, room. Only, apart from senior instructors, other instructors wouldn't usually touch these CLA, rooms. The reason for this was simple. These super large CLA, rooms were simply too expensive to rent. An instructor would have to fork out 30,000 points to hold one lecture in a super large CLA, room. It was simply impossible for junior and intermediate instructors to recuperate such a hefty cost. While SHI plus Fong was feeling surprised, a tall and robust man approached him. Meanwhile, this man was none other than Luo Tiancheng. Why, if it isn't instructor SHI plus? Luo Tiancheng exclaimed with a smile as he looked at SHI plus Fong. What's wrong? Can't find a CLA, room? Well, I guess that's normal after the recent announcement. With the opportunity to visit the secret pavilion's branch headquarters presented to them, anyone would at least try to compete for it. If you didn't know, the secret pavilion has recently announced that it is letting more students and instructors visit its branch headquarters. So, apart from the senior instructors, our academy is also letting 5 other instructors to take part in the tour. Meanwhile, these 5 instructor slots would be granted to the top 5 performing instructors today. Moreover, junior instructors can even get promoted to intermediate instructors depending on their performances. Of course, while you might be student Wu Lingling's instructor, you won't receive any special treatment. Instructor SHI plus. If you want a partic 1P8 in the tour, you'll have to compete for these top 5 positions just like everyone else. After all, a student's excellence and a teacher's excellence shouldn't be confused with each other. Only through holding CLA, SES can an instructor adequately display their strength. Otherwise, instructors who only have luck to rely on would only bring shame to our Jinhai University if they visited the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. Don't you think so, Instructor SHI plus? That's right, SHI plus Fong nodded. Then he looked at Luo Tiancheng with conviction in his eyes, saying, "What you say is very much correct. Such a method of selection will allow the academy to best demonstrate the standard of its instructors. I didn't think our academy would be so generous to its instructors." Originally, SHI plus Fong had been pondering how he could quickly get promoted to an intermediate instructor. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem anymore. After saying so, SHI plus Fong promptly chose to rent a super large CLA, room via the CLA, room reservation board in the lobby. Then, he went upstairs and made his way to the CLA, room he rented, a super large CLA, room. Is he nuts? Luo Tiancheng was momentarily dumbfounded when he saw that SHI plus Fong had rented a super large CLA, room. However, a moment later, he turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng's departing figure and sneered, thinking, "You brought this onto yourself. Let's see how you'll enter the top 5 after this crazy stunt." Had S.H.I. plus Feng chosen to borrow a CLA.'s room from the other instructors, he might have had a chance to compete for the top 5 instructor spots. After all, he had students such as Wu Lingling who didn't care about spending large amounts of points. If he managed to rope in 1 or 2 more idiots into his exorbitant CLA.'s, it was entirely possible for him to rank among the top 5. However, by choosing a super large CLA.'s room, S.H.I. plus Feng had put himself at a deficit of 30,000 points right off the bat. In this situation, it'd be a miracle if he could even earn enough points to cover his expenses, let alone compete for the top 5 instructor slots. Not to mention, it wasn't even certain if Wu Lingling would continue attending S.H.I. plus Feng's CLA.'s SES. After all, Wu Xiaoxiao had no intentions of letting S.H.I. plus Feng remain as Wu Lingling's instructor, while Luo Tiancheng was secretly snickering and getting ready to head to his CLA.'s room. A loud commotion suddenly occurred at the teaching block's entrance. Subsequently, a silver-haired girl and a pet, IT-looking girl entered the building. Meanwhile, these 2 girls were none other than Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling. Chapter 59. Watching him rise, watching him entertain important guests, watching him... Chapter 59. Watching him rise, watching him entertain important guests, watching him... Sure enough, this is going to be interesting. Before seeing Wu Xiaoxiao, Luo Tiancheng still felt that S.H.I. plus Feng could recoup his losses at the very least by relying on Wu Lingling and a few more of his students. However, now that Wu Xiaoxiao was here, S.H.I. plus Feng shouldn't even think of earning back the points he put into renting the super equals large CLA.'s room. The reason why Luo Tiancheng thought so was because of a shocking piece of news he received not long ago. Apparently, while Wu Xiaoxiao was out partic 1p, aiding in the Super Guild Crimson Emperor's special training, she showed relatively good talent and performance, so she managed to get herself selected for Crimson Emperor's priority training list. This news had excited Dazzlewave's executives greatly. After all, Crimson Emperor would choose only 10 players from its affiliated powers to offer priority training. Meanwhile, not only did Crimson Emperor have over 100 affiliated powers, but each affiliated power had even sent 2 or 3 representatives to Partic 1p8 in its training camp. Thus, the difficulty of ranking within the top 10 out of these several hundred people was enormous. Now that Wu Xiaoxiao was slated to receive the treatment of Crimson Emperor's top-tier internal talents, if no mishaps occurred, she would become one of Dazzlewave's successors in the future. Her current status in Dazzlewave and D's domain was completely different from before. With her current status and ident 1 Tai, Wu Xiaoxiao would have no trouble providing more resources for her little sister Wu Lingling. She could even recommend Wu Lingling to Crimson Emperor, allowing Wu Lingling to partic 1p8 in Crimson Emperor's next training camp and potentially get selected for priority training. Currently, the various powers of D's domain were in urgent need of experts because of the miniature ancient world, and they were doing everything they could to fulfill this shortage. Thus, Crimson Emperor's next training camp might arrive much earlier than expected. It might even be in the works already. After all, a superpower would always act while looking a few steps ahead. Unlike the average power in D's domain, the various superpowers didn't have to worry much about resources when planning for the future. Shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling entered the teaching block, another commotion occurred at the entrance as a refined-looking middle-aged man wearing black-framed GLA.'s SES walked into the building along with a young man and a young woman. C-R-A-P. What kind of day is today? Senior Wu Xiaoxiao's arrival just now was already plenty surprising. I never thought that 2 of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings would also come here. Is there some kind of big shot teaching here today? Why is Instructor Qi here as well? Don't senior instructors get to attend the tour without having to compete? Upon seeing this trio, every student and instructor nearby couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the middle-aged man was none other than the Academy's famous senior instructor Qi, while the young man behind him was Liang Feng and the young woman was Chen Ziyou. Despite looking thin and sickly, Liang Feng was the youngest out of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings, and he was currently only a second-year student. As for Chen Ziyou, she, too, was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Meanwhile, both of them were Instructor Qi's students. It was also because of these 2 students that Instructor Qi managed to hold an absolute position in the Academy and stand toe-to-toe with Wu Xiaoxiao's instructor. What brings you here today, Instructor Qi? Didn't you plan to provide special training for Gu Tong and the others before the secret pavilion tour? Luo Tiancheng asked in confusion after approaching Instructor Qi. The Academy placed significant importance on the secret pavilion tour this time, so much so that it had promised generous rewards to the 4 senior instructors. After all, the tour this time would determine the standings of Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy among the other academies in the province. Thus, all 4 senior instructors were privately training their respective apprentices in preparation for the tour. Ziyou says that Instructor S.H.I. plus SCLA, SES are amazing, Instructor Qi said as she gave a grumpy look at Chen Ziyou. I'm skeptical of her claims, so I came here to take a look for myself. In response, Chen Ziyou simply made an said smile and didn't offer any explanations. You are thinking too highly of that S.H.I. plus phone, Instructor Qi. How can his S possibly be better than yours? Luo Tiancheng was shocked when he heard Instructor Qi's words. Moreover, S.H.I. plus phone is charging 10,000 points for 1 CLA. That's simply daylight robbery. Instructor Qi held a prestigious position in the Academy. The average instructor in the Academy would even try to attend Instructor Qi's SES. This was because Instructor Qi used to be a core member of the top adventurer team, Heaven's Wind. However, after Heaven's Wind's disbandment, Instructor Qi stopped being active in D's domain and focused on teaching at Jinhai University instead. One shouldn't underestimate Instructor Qi simply because he had a refined and scholarly appearance. Although Instructor Qi could only exhibit combat standards at the refinement realm when manipulating his in-game character due to his deteriorated mental state, he had reached the peak of the flowing water realm during his prime. It was even rumored that he was only 1 step away from reaching the void realm. For this reason, Instructor Qi held connections with many major powers and even superpowers. I know that, which is why I came prepared, Instructor Qi said, nodding. This Luo Tiancheng was at a loss for words. Then he turned to look at Liang Feng in the hopes of getting the boy to put some sense into Instructor Qi. Currently, every additional person that attended S.H.I. plus Feng's CLA, S would increase S.H.I. plus Feng's chances of attending the secret pavilion tour, so Luo Tiancheng couldn't allow Instructor Qi's group of 3 to attend S.H.I. plus Feng's CLA, S. Meanwhile, it was well known that Liang Feng had a conflicting relations, H.I. plus P with Chen Ziyou. If Chen Ziyou was adamant in siding with S.H.I. plus Feng, Liang Feng's reaction would naturally oppose her. Don't worry, Instructor Luo. I also brought enough points with me, Liang Feng said, completely misunderstanding Luo Tiancheng's signal. Luo Tiancheng was flabbergasted when he heard Liang Feng's words. Was that what he meant? Or was this one of the Academy's so-called geniuses? Amidst Luo Tiancheng's shock, Wu Xiaoxiao and Wu Lingling suddenly walked over to the group. H.E.L. Lo Instructor Qi. Despite her cold nature, Wu Xiaoxiao had taken the initiative to greet Instructor Qi. May I know if I can trouble you with something? Wu Xiaoxiao's sudden greeting had surprised Luo Tiancheng and the surrounding people. Wu Xiaoxiao was known for being a prideful lone wolf in the academy. Other than her instructor, she would never take the initiative to greet anyone in the academy. Yet, now, she had taken the initiative to greet Instructor Qi. Is she trying to band together with Instructor Qi to pressure S.H.I. plus Feng? When Luo Tiancheng thought about Wu Lingling's present situation, he felt that the likelihood of that happening was high. Currently, Wu Lingling behaved as if she were possessed, as she adamantly insisted on remaining as S.H.I. plus Feng's apprentice. She refused to change her mind, no matter what others said to her. However, if the Academy's brightest star and one of the Academy's prestigious senior instructors joined hands to exert pressure on S.H.I. plus Feng, S.H.I. plus Feng would have no choice but to abandon Wu Lingling lest he wanted to get isolated in the Academy. Thinking up to this point, Luo Tiancheng grew a lot more spirited. How can I possibly refuse a request from student Wu Xiaoxiao? Instructor Qi was similarly surprised to see Wu Xiaoxiao greet him. Then he happily said, "Ask away." "Can I buy some points from you, instructor?" Wu Xiaoxiao said in slight embarrassment. "I spent most of my points at the advanced training hall previously, and I don't even have 10,000 points on me right now. Yet, my little sister refuses to lend me any points no matter what. May I know if you can sell me a couple 100,000 points?" Chapter 60. As soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Luo Tiancheng, who was about to laugh at S.H.I. plus Feng's predicament, was promptly dumbfounded. Luo Tiancheng could understand Instructor Qi, and Liang Feng holding an interest in S.H.I. plus Feng's CLA. S.S. After all, they had Chen Zio fanning the flames from the side. However, it made zero sense why someone as prideful as Wu Xiaoxiao would attend S.H.I. plus Feng's CLA. S.S. At this moment, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but think that Wu Xiaoxiao was playing a joke on him. Or was it this world that was joking with him? In Luo Tiancheng's opinion, S.H.I. plus Feng would already be fortunate if Wu Xiaoxiao didn't give him a beating. Yet, not only was Wu Xiaoxiao going out of her way to buy points to attend S.H.I. plus Feng's lesson right now, but she was even buying points in the hundreds of thousands. Evidently, she didn't plan to stop at just one lecture. This was S.H.I. plus Feng they were talking about. Even at his peak, S.H.I. plus Feng was merely a Tier 3 expert who hadn't even reached the refinement realm. It was only due to the early advantage he had ACCU mulat during the early stages of D's domain that he managed to become Shadow's guild leader. Although Luo Tiancheng was slightly inferior to S.H.I. plus Feng when it came to individual strength, he was confident he said S.H.I. plus Feng when it came to teaching standards. So, what qualifications did S.H.I. plus Feng have to attract the Academy's top-tier talents and a senior instructor to attend his CLA? SS. However, what Luo Tiancheng didn't know was that Wu Xiaoxiao was only behaving this way because of Hidden Soul. She naturally had to meet the person capable of recruiting the help of such a monster. If S.H. I plus Foam was indeed as amazing as her little sister described. She planned to recommend him to Crimson Emperor. After all, Crimson Emperor was in urgent need of experts right now. A couple 100,000? I don't have that many points on me right now, Instructor Chi said, shaking his head. Then he turned to look at Chunzio, who wore a delighted look on her face, and awkwardly said, I did have a lot of points before, but I sold most of them to Zio already. I only have a little more than 60,000 points right now, but I still need to take a look at Instructor S. H. I plus SCLA. S. So I can only sell you 50,000 points. Ever since Chunzio had attended S. H. I plus Feng's first lecture, she had become a harvesting machine for Academy points. She had even praised S. H. I plus Feng to the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that Chunzio had indeed reached the refinement realm after attending S. H. I plus Feng's CLA. S. Instructor Chi wouldn't have believed her claims at all. It should be known that Chunzio had been stuck on the cusp of the refinement realm for a long time already. Even though her techniques were already on the level of refinement realm experts, she couldn't reach the refinement realm no matter what. Yet S. H. I plus Feng had resolved Chunzio's problem after just one lesson. Even as an instructor, Instructor Chi couldn't help but find this unbelievable. Okay, I'll take all of them. Wu Xiaoxiao transferred the credits for the 50,000 points to Instructor Chi without hesitation, giving no time for Instructor Chi to even think or hesitate. Meanwhile, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Wu Xiaoxiao's actions. Was S. H. I plus Feng's CLA. S really so magical that Wu Xiaoxiao saw the need to seek points so desperately? Thank you, Instructor Chi. We'll be taking our leave now, Wu Xiaoxiao said after seeing the 50,000 points being credited to her account. Then she promptly left for S. H. I plus Feng's CLA. Shroom with Wu Lingling. Seeing this, Chunzio also hurriedly urged, let's hurry over there as well, Instructor. Instructor S. H. I plus SCLA. S will be starting soon. After looking at the time and seeing that S. H. I plus Feng's CLA. S was indeed starting soon, Instructor Chi quickly concluded his conversation with Luo Tiancheng and went upstairs with Chunzio and Liang Feng. This world must have gone crazy. It must have. Luo Tiancheng was in complete and utter disbelief right now, even though S. H. I plus Feng was no longer Shadow's guild leader. Even though S. H. I plus Feng had already been knocked down from his lofty position. Even though S. H. I plus Feng had already been reduced to nothing but a loser. For some inexplicable reason, S. H. I plus Feng was S. H. I plus-ning even brighter than when he was Shadow's guild leader. It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao and Instructor Chi were individuals that even Lan Hailong, the president of Lan Hua Group, was trying to befriend. Yet now, these two people were taking the initiative to attend S. H. I plus Feng's CLA. S. Meanwhile, shortly after Wu Xiaoxiao and Instructor Chi entered S. H. I plus Feng's CLA. Shroom. Waves quickly spread throughout the campus. What's going on? Who is this Instructor S. H. I plus? How did he get Wu Xiaoxiao and two of the Academy's heavenly kings to attend his CLA? S. Could this Instructor S. H. I plus be some big shot that came from another city? That's not right. I know that Instructor S. H. I plus, if I remember correctly, he should be Shadow's former guild leader. He only came to work as an instructor after Shadow dismissed him. Are you sure that's not a mistake? Even if Gu Iren were to hold a CLA, S right now, Instructor Chi and Senior Wu Xiaoxiao wouldn't necessarily attend it. It is especially true for senior Wu Xiaoxiao. She is currently being nurtured as a top-tier talent by Crimson Emperor. It wouldn't be long before she enters the A-League at this rate. Unless instructor S.H.I. Plus has incredibly high combat standards, why would she attend his CLA? SS? Many students were originally unfamiliar with S.H.I. Plus Feng's name. However, thanks to Wu Xiaoxiao and the others, S.H.I. Plus Feng had instantly become the center of attention of the entire academy. After all, whether it was Wu Xiaoxiao or the academy's four heavenly kings, every one of them had a dazzling future ahead of them. The fact that these people chose to attend S.H.I. Plus Feng's CLA S proved that he wasn't ordinary by any means. For a time, some students started fervently looking into S.H.I. Plus Feng's history. In the meantime, inside the faculty office near the teaching block, Yaoyue, this academy of yours really is interesting, Zhui Yalan, wearing a short black dress, said as she lazily pointed at a dock. You meant displaying S.H.I. Plus Feng's information. To think that the famous Silver Witch in G.O.D's domain would go out of her way to attend a junior instructor's lesson. Is this guy really just the former guild leader of Shadow? That is the case on paper. At the very least, Lin Yaoyue said, as she sorted through the dock. You meant on her desk. However, judging by how he behaves, I find it hard to believe that he is a former guild leader dismissed by his guild. He behaves more like a laid-back princeling instead. In that case, he shouldn't be as simple as he looks. He might even be hiding a lot of secrets. Otherwise, there is no reason why the Silver, which would attend his CLA. Zhui Yalan said, a hint of interest appearing in her eyes as she looked at S.H.I. Plus Feng's photo. It really makes you wonder what was going through Lan Hailong's mind to actually exclude such an individual from his guild. Hearing Zhui Yalan's words, Lin Yaoyue grew a little exasperated as she said, S.H.I. Plus Feng might be extraordinary, but he is still far from being a match for Mr. Black Flame. Have you thought over my proposal yet? I understand your point. Joining Zero Wing in a personal capacity is indeed a good idea for us. However, after thinking it through, I feel that it is best if you give your slot to Big Sis first, Zhui Yalan said, her originally lazy expression suddenly becoming serious. You and I both know what kind of talent and strength Big Sis possesses. She is, without a doubt, a monster CLA. S expert. If not for her family holding her down, she would have long since become a big shot in G.O.D's domain. If she can join Zero Wing, it might help resolve her predicament. At that time, with Big Sis's talent, it shouldn't take long before she acquires an invitation slot. It wouldn't be late for me to join at that time. Big Sis, is it? A hint of excitement appeared in Lin Yaoyue's eyes when she heard Zhui Yalan's words. You're right. That might be for the better if we can persuade Big Sis. I'll try to contact her within the next few days. Lin Yaoyue had nothing but praise and admiration for the person she and Zhui Yalan referred to as Big Sis. If not for some problems their Big Sis faced with her family and guild during the early years of G.O.D's domain, she would have probably been standing at the top of G.O.D's domain right now. Moreover, even before G.O.D's domain's launch, their Big Sis had already been regarded as one of the G.O.Desses in the virtual gaming world. The Snow G.O.Des Gentle Snow. Chapter 61, Academy's Apex. Chapter 61, Academy's Apex Third Teaching Block, Top Floor Super Large CLA. S.Room, including S.H.I. Plus Phone, a total of 35 people occupied the S.P.A. Saya CLA. S.Room that could sit 400 people. Yet, despite less than 10% of the CLA's room being filled. The CLA's room's occupancy had caused an uproar throughout the campus. This was because in just one CLA's plus Fong had earned a whopping 220,000 Academy points. Even after deducting the 30,000 point fee to use the CLA's room, he would still make a net profit of 190,000 points. With this many points, plus Fong had become the undisputed #1 on the instructor points list. However, contrasting the noisy campus, the inside of the super-large CLA's room was filled with silence. Everyone kept their mouths shut as they focused their attention on plus Fong. It was especially true for Qin Wuchen and the other students apprenticed under plus Fong. Every one of them wore excited looks on their faces, and they thoroughly pushed their 5 senses to their limits for fear of missing out on even one of plus Feng's words. Are freshmen nowadays so rich? Liang Feng, who sat in the last row of the CLA's room, couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at Qin Wuchen and the others. Liang Feng was aware that plus Feng possessed some ability. Otherwise, Chen Zio couldn't have reached the refinement realm under plus Feng's tutelage. This was also why Liang Feng had taken the initiative to attend plus Feng's CLA's. However, plus Feng's CLA's was anything but cheap. Even if Qin Wuchen and the others were plus Feng's apprentices, they still needed to pay 6,000 points to attend a CLA's. This was an amount even Liang Feng didn't possess when he was in his freshman year. Yet all 30 of plus Feng's students were in attendance right now. It's not that these freshmen are rich, but that instructor plus SCLA's is really worth the price, Chen Zio said with a faint smile. If I were a freshman, I'd even go as far as to pay 60,000 points just to attend one of instructor plus SCLA's SES, let alone 6,000 points. Keep on boasting, Liang Feng said as he rolled his eyes at Chen Zio. Even if instructor plus has some abilities, the development of combat standards isn't something that can be done overnight. Your case is just an outlier. Otherwise, the various superpowers wouldn't be stuck with so few refinement realm experts. What you say might be right, Liang Feng, but what Zio said is also correct. Instructor Qi Lianshan, said as he observed plus Feng, a rare smile appearing on his face. Instructor plus is indeed an extraordinary individual. Setting aside his teaching standards, he definitely has me beat in combat standards. I wouldn't be a match for him even if I were still in my prime. You're no match for him even in your prime. Teacher, is he that strong? Liang Feng couldn't help but be surprised as he turned to look at plus Feng, who currently stood on the podium. He had personally witnessed Qi Lianshan's true strength. Even at his current deteriorated strength, Qi Lianshan could easily get into the mid to upper ranks in the professional league's B League, should he choose to partake. 1 P8. Qi Lianshan was probably stronger than even the current Wu Xiaoxiao. If Qi Lianshan was still in his prime, he would definitely rank at the top of the B League. He might even have a chance at qualifying for the A League. He is far stronger than you think, Qi Lianshan said, chuckling. You might mistake him for your average civilian because he looks and feels so ordinary. However, it is precisely because he is so ordinary that he is scary. He has already reached a level where he can integrate his every movement with his surroundings. Such a person should be a void realm expert, at the very least. So, how could I, someone who has only ever reached the flowing water realm, match him? Upon hearing Qi Lianshan's explanation, Liang Feng couldn't help but examine S.H.I. plus Feng again, seriously. If S.H.I. plus Feng truly was a Void Realm expert, he would be one of the strongest experts in Jinhai City. Even the various superpowers would fight to recruit him. A tiny place like Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy wouldn't be able to accommodate him at all. At this time, even Chenziu was surprised to hear Qi Lianshan's explanation. Although she had long since known that S.H.I. plus Feng was an internal force expert with high combat standards, she never thought S.H.I. plus Feng's combat standard would be this high. With his combat standard, S.H.I. plus Feng could become a top-level executive if he joined a superpower. He could become a frightening existence that qualified to oversee the management of a royal capital, while Liang Feng and Chenziu were awed by S.H.I. plus Feng's strength. S.H.I. plus Feng scanned the CLA's room and said in a good mood, "Since body else is joining, let us begin the CLA's. However, as everyone's standard isn't uniform, I will be providing one-on-one instruction to each of you. Which one of you will go first?" Instructor S.H.I. plus, can I be the first? Wu Xiaoxiao, who sat in the first row, suddenly stood up, her beautiful silver hair coupled with her otherworldly temperament instantly awing everyone in the CLA's room. "Sure, come on up," S.H.I. plus Feng said, nodding. He wasn't surprised at all by Wu Xiaoxiao's initiative. Even before entering Jinhai University's D's Domain Academy, S.H.I. plus Feng had already heard of Wu Xiaoxiao's name. Now that Wu Lingling had become his student, Wu Xiaoxiao would certainly come to test him. S.H.I. plus Feng had no intentions of letting Wu Lingling go. After all, Zero Wing was a guild, and a guild needed experts if it wanted to grow stronger. Not to mention, D's Domain had never been a single-player game. Meanwhile, although Wu Lingling and the others might not be the most talented players out there, they were still considerably talented. So long as he nurtured them, well, they could quickly be of help to him. This was also one of the reasons why he had chosen to come to the D's Domain Academy in the first place. There was no place more suitable for recruiting rookies than in the D's Domain Academy. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. plus Feng finished speaking, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly walked up to the podium in a few steps and stared at S.H.I. plus Feng with a penetrating gaze. C.R.A.P. What an exciting situation right off the bat. Liang Feng became greatly interested when Wu Xiaoxiao got onto the podium. The name of the silver, which was unique in the D's Domain Academy. The silver, which was much stronger than the Academy's 4 heavenly kings. She had also reached the refinement realm long ago. Meanwhile, although Wu Xiaoxiao had stated that she had come here for guidance today, everyone present knew that that wasn't her goal at all. Instead, she had come here to determine whether S.H.I. plus Feng was qualified to teach Wu Lingling or not. "Stay focused," Qi Lianshan reprimanded as he looked at Liang Feng. Wu Xiaoxiao must have gained a significant harvest after her training in Crimson Emperor. If you wish to fight for a high position in D's Domain in the future, she will inevitably become a mountain that you have to cross. Immediately, Liang Feng and Chenziu took on a serious attitude. Now that the miniature ancient world was released, a new generation of experts would also emerge. If they wanted to achieve something in D's Domain in the future, they would have to triumph over these new experts. After all, D's Domain had limited resources, so the number of players that could stand at the top was naturally limited as well. Chapter 62, Flowing Water Realm. Chapter 62, Flowing Water Realm. Log into your ID. S-H-I plus Feng said to Wu Xiaoxiao as he pointed at the virtual gaming cabins situated beside the podium. Due to G.O.D's domain's global popularity and increasing relevance in the real world, entertainment and training centers weren't the only ones with virtual combat rooms nowadays. Even the various G.O.D's domain academies would have virtual training facilities. Meanwhile, the super-large CLA's room came equipped with over 100 holographic imaging equipment that could perfectly replicate a person's G.O.D's domain character in the CLA's room. Moreover, users could operate their characters as if they were moving their real bodies. There wouldn't be any delay in control whatsoever. With this equipment, instructors could provide more in-depth guidance to students even without entering G.O.D's domain. After hearing S.H.I plus Feng's words, Wu Xiaoxiao got into a virtual gaming cabin without hesitation. Then, a moment later, a silver-haired woman holding a crystal staff and wearing a golden robe appeared on the podium that measured over 12 meters in radius. That's the Crimson Meteor. I can't believe Dazzle Wave actually gave her one of their most prized weapons. Liang Feng exclaimed, feelings of shock and envy appearing in his eyes when he saw the crystal staff in Wu Xiaoxiao's hand. The crystal staff was named Crimson Meteor, and it ranked 99th in the G.O.D's domain epic weapon list. One shouldn't underestimate the epic staff simply because it was ranked 99th. The G.O.D's domain epic weapon list was a list the Secret Pavilion created, and it featured only 100 of the best epic weapons that existed in the current G.O.D's domain. Every epic weapon on the list was a supreme weapon capable of rivaling fragmented legendary weapons, and players could use them up to level 150 without having to change weapons. Her robe is not much inferior to the Crimson Meteor either, Chen Zio said, her eyes similarly filled with jealousy when she looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. The Starlight 8-piece set. This is the epic set equipment that Skyfrost relied on to become a famed smith. I heard that only 3 sets were made. Back when it was first created, one Starlight set could go for a plot of golden land in any of the 5 holy cities. It sure is great to have a major power's backing. She's practically unstoppable in the miniature ancient world with such equipment. I think she can even fight against the mythic monsters in the miniature ancient world, Liang Feng said with a bitter smile. While combat standards were indeed important in G.O.D's domain, weapons and equipment were even more important. This was because weapons and equipment served as the foundation of players, whereas combat standards acted as a bonus to this foundation. Without proper equipment, the benefits a player could reap from their combat standard would be significantly reduced. To offer an example, imagine an ordinary player geared in top-tier equipment rated at 100 points. If this ordinary player was capable of exhibiting only 50% of their actual combat power, the actual combat power of this player would be rated at 50 points. Then, imagine a top-tier player capable of exhibiting 90% of their actual combat power geared in average equipment rated at 50 points. The actual combat power of this top-tier player would be rated at only 45 points. Despite having vastly superior combat standards, the top-tier player with average equipment would still be inferior to the ordinary player with top-tier equipment. This was the harsh reality players needed to face in virtual reality games, such as G.O.D's domain. Not to mention, combat power was only one of the many bonuses players had to boost their combat power. After factoring in other bonuses, the gap between the two players would only continue to grow. Although Liang Feng and Chen Ziyo had also received secret invitations from many first-rate guilds, the amount of support these first-rate guilds were willing to provide them definitely wasn't close to the support Wu Xiaoxiao had received from Dazzle Wave. Now, not only were they inferior to Wu Xiaoxiao in terms of combat standards, but they were also inferior to her in terms of equipment standards. It was a truly despairing situation. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. Plus Feng scrutinized Wu Xiaoxiao's equipment for a moment. He nodded and said, "Not bad. Your equipment is good. Do you have any specific guidance you want to receive?" Others might think that Wu Xiaoxiao's equipment standard was excellent, but it could only be considered average for S.H.I. Plus Feng. It was especially true now that the current D's domain had yet to join the greater D's domain. These so-called top-tier weapons and equipment would only be useful in the current D's domain. Once this subworld gained access to the greater D's domain, over 99% of the currently available weapons and equipment would fall into disuse. The reason for this was simple. It was because the craftsman's H.I. plus P level of this subworld was vastly inferior to the craftsman's H.I. plus P level of other subworlds. In other more developed subworlds, all of the weapons and equipment they produced were close to rivaling mana weapons and equipment. Not only did the items these outer worlds created carry mana, but they could even be repaired using magic crystals. Meanwhile, these mana-imbued items gave players an easier time to use combat techniques, mana techniques, skills, spells, etc., drastically increasing their combat power. Simply put, the bonuses provided by the current D's domain's equipment came in the form of addition, whereas the bonuses provided by outer world equipment came in the form of multiplication. During S.H.I. plus Feng's previous life, it had been a huge shock to everyone when they discovered the craftsman's H.I. plus P level of more developed subworlds. Meanwhile, after hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's question, Wu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before Hidden Soul's figure suddenly popped into her mind. Then she asked, "I have been having trouble facing the ambush of S.S.A.S. since recently, Instructor S.H.I. plus. Is there any way I can deal with these ambushes?" After training with Hidden Soul, Wu Xiaoxiao had come to appreciate the terror of S.S.A.S. sins. At the same time, she came to realize how unprepared she was for melee combat. Although she had racked her mind for solutions, not once did she manage to dodge or block Hidden Soul's attacks throughout their several-hour-long training session. As soon as Wu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Qin Wuchen and the others also promptly perked up their ears. Big Sis is so cunning. She's actually having Instructor S.H.I. plus to help her answer Instructor Soul's challenge. Wu Lingling grew speechless when she heard her elder sister's question. Even so, she still couldn't help but lean forward a little to hear S.H.I. plus Feng's response. Cope with an S.S.A. Sin's ambush? Looking at Wu Xiaoxiao, S.H.I. plus Feng calmly said, "That's simple. You just need to reach the flowing water realm." Chapter 63, True Flowing Water Realm. Chapter 63, True Flowing Water Realm. Reach the flowing water realm. Wu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes in disbelief. However, when she looked at S.H.I. plus Feng's expression, it didn't seem like the other party was joking with her. Then, revealing a bitter smile, she said, "That is indeed a good solution, but reaching the flowing water realm is easier said than done. Instructor S.H.I. plus. I might have reached the refinement realm for some time already, but I have yet to reach the flowing water realm's threshold." Wu Xiaoxiao naturally yearned to reach the flowing water realm. After all, refinement realm experts were merely considered entry-level experts in the various superpowers. Only after reaching the flowing water realm would an expert be regarded as a mainstay by the various superpowers and granted important tasks to handle. This was because flowing water realm experts could single-handedly influence the outcome of a battle involving thousands of ordinary experts. However, reaching the flowing water realm wasn't an easy feat. The flowing water realm's principles could be regarded as an upgraded form of the refinement realm's principles. To reach the flowing water realm, a player would need to extend the range of their control past their body and onto their opponents. Essentially, one would have to predict the opponent's movements and respond using the most efficient method, and the whole process had to be completed in one go. It could be considered an extreme way of utilizing the refinement realm's principles. This was why the various superpowers believed that the flowing water realm was a realm of painstaking effort. So long as a refinement realm expert invested enough time and effort into training, they would be able to reach the flowing water realm without fail. Meanwhile, according to the evaluation Wu Xiaoxiao received from Blue Gown, the head instructor of Crimson Emperor's special training, she would need to train hard for at least half a year before she could reach the flowing water realm. It might even take her up to a year, depending on the circumstances. The fact that you haven't touched the threshold yet shows that your training method is wrong or that you've taken a detour. S.H.I. Plus Fong said as he called up the CLA. Sroom's virtual interface. I will set up some arrow attacks now, so try to dodge and block as many as you can. We'll see where your problem lies. Other than having the function to simulate in-game characters, the super large CLA Srooms also had the function of setting up a variety of training methods. A moment later, 30 holographic archers appeared around Wu Xiaoxiao, each archer having strength that was 30% higher than Wu Xiaoxiao's. The advantage in strength made it difficult for the testee to block them, and this could be considered one of the most rudimentary methods of testing one's dodging capabilities. After setting up the test, S.H.I. Plus Fong looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and said, "If you have no more questions, we will begin now." After sweeping a glance at the archers around her and memorizing their positions, Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "I'm ready." At this time, everyone else in the CLA Sroom also started paying close attention to the podium. They were all curious to find out how many arrows Wu Xiaoxiao could dodge at a time. This arrow dodging training method was very common in G.O.D's domain. Faced against archers with superior strength attributes, CLA SES other than the A, S, SA, S and CLA S would have difficulty achieving a good result. It was especially true for magical CLA SES. Within the standard 30-yard range, even a magical CLA S expert who had reached the refinement realm could, at most, dodge 12 or 13 arrows simultaneously when they were at Tier 3. After all, the arrows were incredibly fast. With the arrows needing to cover a distance of only 30 yards, even if one managed to predict where the arrows would come from, there was still a limit to the responses one could make with a Tier 3 physique. We'll start with 5 arrows for the first round. S.H.I. Plus Fong said, "Whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus whose? H. Plus immediately, 5 arrows launched into the air, each flying toward Wu Xiaoxiao from different directions. This drastically reduced the S.P.A.C. Wu Xiaoxiao had to maneuver around, and she would have no choice but to improvise if she didn't want to get cornered. However, Wu Xiaoxiao didn't even blink when facing the 5 arrows. Calmly, she did a sidestep followed by a turn, her actions resulting in the 5 arrows grazing past the edges of her robe. The degree of control she had over her body had already reached a perfect level, and she did not execute even a single unnecessary movement. What a beautifully executed evasive maneuver! Liang Feng marveled. Is this Wu Xiaoxiao's current strength? Chen Zio clenched her fists when she saw the unfazed expression on Wu Xiaoxiao's face. Although she had already reached the refinement realm, she was still nothing but a joke compared to the current Wu Xiaoxiao. After Wu Xiaoxiao successfully dodged the first volley of arrows, the second volley of 10 arrows quickly followed. Meanwhile, the sight of 10 archers firing their arrows at Wu Xiaoxiao simultaneously stressed Wu Lingling and the other spectating students. Such a situation was even scarier than getting surrounded by 10 monsters. After all, even if 10 monsters surrounded them, only a few of these monsters could attack them at a time. However, that was not the case for the arrows launched by archers. Moreover, with all 10 arrows coming in from different directions, even if their minds managed to perceive the trajectory of these arrows, their bodies wouldn't be able to execute the necessary amount of responses to dodge all of them. However, unlike Wu Lingling and the others, Wu Xiaoxiao still didn't feel pressured when faced with the 10 oncoming arrows. Similar to before, she moved about the podium leisurely as if she was dancing, her movements resulting in the arrows missing their mark and harmlessly grazing past her robe. It wasn't until the fourth volley of arrows that Wu Xiaoxiao got hit. Faced with 20 arrows flying at her simultaneously, Wu Xiaoxiao could no longer dodge all of them perfectly. So, she chose to block a portion of them, using her staff. However, in doing so, the resulting impact forced her body out of position, and she ended the round with 3 arrows in her body. The test also came to an end along with the fourth round. Even so, Wu Xiaoxiao's performance had stunned the spectating crowd, and everyone couldn't help but applaud her in admiration. 17 arrows. Wu Xiaoxiao is truly a terrifying genius. I was nowhere close to achieving such a result when I was still at the refinement realm, Qi Lianshan exclaimed. The arrow test was one of D's domain's more notorious strength tests. Typically, those capable of dodging 12 arrows were experts who had already reached the refinement realm, while those capable of dodging 18 arrows were flowing water realm experts. The fact that Wu Xiaoxiao had managed to dodge 17 arrows proved that she was already at the peak of the refinement realm and that she was only half a step away from reaching the flowing water realm. Her previous statement of not having reached the flowing water realm's threshold was definitely false. This is my current limit, Instructor SHI+. May I know if there are any problems with my training method? Wu Xiaoxiao asked SHI+ Feng as she got down from the podium. Wu Xiaoxiao felt that she had already done her best in this test. During the fourth round, she had perceived the trajectories of all 20 arrows. She had also executed all of her movements flawlessly, yet she simply couldn't dodge all of the arrows. She found it hard to imagine what else she could have done to evade more arrows. The problem is SHI+, Feng said, shaking his head as he looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. The reason why the flowing water realm is called as such is because the pract. 1. Tionier needs to keep their heart as calm as water and their body moving like flowing water. You've gotten the calm part down, but you've never even considered the other part. Rather than a player, you've treated yourself as a great mage instead. But how can I possibly block those arrows? Wu Xiaoxiao said, feeling somewhat unconvinced. She had tried blocking those arrows before. However, it was precisely because she tried to block them that she ended up breaking her stance. After all, she was only a Tier 3 Great Mage, not a Tier 3 Berserker. Is that so? Seeing that Wu Xiaoxiao looked unconvinced, SHI+ Feng put on the auxiliary guidance helmet and said, I will demonstrate it to you only once. How much you can gain from it is up to you. The super-large SROOM's auxiliary guidance helmet allowed instructors to directly manipulate their students' in-game characters. although the character's handling wouldn't be as smooth compared to a character controlled using a virtual gaming cabin. The owner of the controlled character could get a first-person's point of view of their character's movements. Upon receiving the prompt to share her character's control, Wu Xiaoxiao accepted it without hesitation. She was curious to see how a swordsman like S.H.I. plus Feng would control a great mage to dodge all those arrows. Let's begin. After taking over Wu Xiaoxiao's character, S.H.I. plus Feng promptly started the test again. Immediately, 5 arrows launched toward S.H.I. plus Feng. However, instead of taking evasive maneuvers like Wu Xiaoxiao, S.H.I. plus Feng swung the staff in his hand horizontally. Then, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, the 5 arrows bounced off course and struck the ground. Following the 5 arrows were 10 arrows, 15 arrows, 20 arrows, 30 arrows. Even though the arrows he faced kept increasing, S.H.I. plus Feng did not move an inch from his position. He simply swung around the staff in his hand, knocking down every oncoming arrow before they could land on him. Moreover, his movements were so fast that they were practically invisible to the naked eye. It simply wasn't a speed the average Tier 3 Great Mage could achieve with their weapon. Even until the end of the test, Wu Xiaoxiao's character remained standing in its original position. The only difference was that a large number of arrows had appeared around its feet. Chapter 64, Above the Apex. Chapter 64, Above the Apex. This is a great mage. Liang Feng and Chen Zio couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the arrows embedded in the ground around Wu Xiaoxiao's character. Magical CLA. SES were known for being made out of paper in G.O.D's domain. Moreover, they were also the weakest in strength and agility. This was because most, if not all, magical CLA.S players would invest the free attribute points they received from leveling up into intelligence. Thus, compared to CLA.S, SES that prioritized strength and agility, magical CLA.S, SES were vastly inferior in reaction speed and melee confrontations. Yet when S.H.I. plus Feng controlled Wu Xiaoxiao's character, rather than a great mage, the character performed as if it were a war G.O.D instead. How is this possible? Wu Xiaoxiao was also dumbfounded when she saw the arrows scattered around her character. Compared to Liang Feng and the other spectators, Wu Xiaoxiao had experienced firsthand the impact transmitted through the staff when S.H.I. plus Feng deflected those arrows. Thus, she could tell that under S.H.I. plus Feng's manipulation, the intensity of the impact was much lower than when she was the one manipulating the staff. However, compared to the significantly dampened impact force, what surprised her the most was the speed at which S.H.I. plus Feng swung the staff. As a great mage, Wu Xiaoxiao could confidently say that she was the most knowledgeable out of everyone in the CLA.S room regarding the limitations of a great mage. Meanwhile, based on her understanding, she knew that it should be physically impossible for a great mage to swing their staff fast enough to block even 15 arrows, let alone 30 arrows. However, after replaying S.H.I. plus Feng's actions in her mind one more time, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly came to a realization as she asked, "Is its strength as one?" "It's good that you understand," S.H.I. plus Feng said, nodding after removing the auxiliary guidance helmet from his head. Previously, when Wu Xiaoxiao was dodging the arrows, she had indeed exerted perfect control over her body, using minimal movements to dodge the oncoming arrows. However, by separately manipulating her various body parts, Wu Xiaoxiao had forgotten that her body was actually one big mechanism. She might have succeeded in manipulating the various parts in this big mechanism without making any unnecessary movements, but she had failed to manipulate this mechanism as a whole. She had only used individual parts of her body to cope with the oncoming arrows instead of using her entire body. This was a common problem all magical CLAs players faced. They might have top-tier control over their minute movements, but they failed to exert their entire body's strength to cope against attacks, like melee players. Conversely, by virtue of how melee SES functioned, melee players had a much easier time reaching the flowing water realm. They only needed to learn how to exert minute control over their various body parts to reach the flowing water realm. Afterward, Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the arrows surrounding her again and smiled bitterly, saying, "But even if I achieve strength as one, I doubt I can perform to such an extent." She wasn't a fool. While SHI plus Feng had indeed performed the strength as one technique necessary to reach the flowing water realm, the average flowing water realm expert could only cope against 18 arrows. Yet not only did SHI plus Feng managed to cope with 30 arrows, but he had also done so without evading any of them. He had thoroughly blocked all 30 arrows, using his staff without moving a single step. It should be known that even Void Realm experts could only cope against 27 arrows after HI plussing strength as one to its limits. There was no way a Void Realm expert could deal with 30 arrows as easily as SHI plus Feng. There was no doubt that SHI plus Feng's combat standard had already reached the apex of God's domain. No, he might even be above the apex. Amazing! Truly amazing! Qi Lianshan couldn't help but grow excited as he looked at SHI plus Feng. Never in my dreams did I imagine that such a mighty expert would appear in our Jinhai University. So this is the true flowing water realm. This is the true flowing water realm. Chunzio's eyes also lit up with excitement. Previously, she had been wondering how she could further improve herself after reaching the refinement realm. After all, even her instructor, Qi Lianshan, didn't know the exact method to do so. The only solution he could offer was to train her control over her minute movements to its limits. However, after seeing SHI plus Feng's display, she already had an idea of how she should proceed. So this is the difference between the refinement realm and flowing water realm. Liang Feng also came to a realization when he heard Qi Lianshan's words. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but fall into thought as he wondered, but why would Shadow dismiss such an expert? Is Shadow crazy? However, Liang Feng didn't dwell too deeply into the matter, focusing on the CLAs instead. Subsequently, SHI plus Feng started providing one-on-one guidance to the rest of the CLAs. Even Qi Lianshan couldn't help but pose a few questions to SHI plus Feng. By the end of the CLAs, everyone in the CLAs room had received a significant harvest. It was especially true for Liang Feng, becoming the second student after Chunzio, to reach the refinement realm under SHI plus Feng's guidance. Meanwhile, after the CLAs ended, Qi Lianshan hurriedly approached SHI plus Feng, who was just about to exit the CLAs, and asked, "Instructor SHI plus, may I know if you will allow people outside the academy to attend your CLAs?" Chapter 65, Rising Again in the Miniature Ancient World. Chapter 65, Rising Again in the Miniature Ancient World. Instructor SHI plus, may I know if you will allow people outside the academy to attend your CLAs? Qi Lianshan sincerely asked as he looked at SHI plus Feng. "Of course, I will pay the 10,000 academy points, as usual. I will also pay for the expenses of this super large CLAs room." People outside the academy, SHI plus Feng was a little surprised by Qi Lianshan's words. Is that allowed? The academy isn't against it. It is fine so long as the instructor agrees, Qi Lianshan explained. I know this is a troublesome request for you, but I really can't think of anyone else who can help my niece, Instructor S. H. I. Plus. Upon hearing Qi Lianshan's words, the students and instructors in the hallway fell silent. Am I dreaming? Instructor Qi is actually asking Instructor S. H. I. Plus to teach his niece? What's wrong with Instructor Qi's niece? You might not know it since you're a freshman, but Instructor Qi's niece is someone amazing. She used to be a genius mythology, specifically went out of its way to recruit, and she had already reached the refinement realm at the age of 16. However, for some reason, she stopped improving after entering mythology. Eventually, mythology kicked her out, and she is now attending Tianshu University's D's Domain Academy, the #1 academy in our province. She still hasn't resolved this problem even until now. Seeing that Instructor Qi is asking Instructor S. H. I. Plus for help, does that mean Instructor S. H. I. Plus has a solution? That's most likely the case. This is Instructor Qi we are talking about. After all, the fact that he made such a request shows that he acknowledges Instructor S. H. I. Plus S abilities. The bystanders exchanged words with one another, and everyone couldn't help but look at S. H. I. Plus Feng with curious gazes. They wondered what abilities S. H. I. Plus Feng possessed to receive Qi Lianshan's acknowledgement. At the same time, they also came to understand that from today onward, their D's Domain Academy would probably be welcoming its 5th senior instructor. After all, apart from Qi Lianshan, Wu Xiaoxiao and 2 of the academy's 4 heavenly kings also acknowledged and revered S. H. I. Plus Feng greatly. This was more than enough to show how high S. H. I. Plus Feng's teaching standard was. Okay. You can bring her over the next time I have a CLA. S. H. I. Plus Feng said after thinking it over. Accepting Qi Lianshan's request wouldn't do him much harm, and he could also save on a significant expense. Thanks a lot, Instructor S. H. I. Plus. Qi Lianshan was overjoyed when he heard S. H. I. Plus Feng's answer. Immediately, he bid goodbye to S. H. I. Plus Feng and ran to contact his niece to have her hurry over to Jinhai City. Subsequently, when S. H. I. Plus Feng arrived downstairs and was about to exit the teaching block, Luo Tiancheng suddenly appeared in his way with a gloomy and manic look on his face. You've really hidden yourself well, S. H. I. Plus Feng. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. It seems President Lan and I have underestimated you, Luo Tiancheng said, sneering as he glared at S. H. I. Plus Feng. First it was Wu Lingling, then it was Chen Xiyo. Now, even Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan are treating you with respect. You really are basking in glory right now. Unfortunately, what use is there for you to have glory alone? President Lan originally only planned to put some pressure on you. However, President Lan is very angry now that you've made Shadow lose face. I heard that Blackie and the others were involved in getting you into Jinhai University. What are you trying to say, S. H. I. Plus Feng suddenly had a bad premonition. Nothing. You are now a celebrity at Jinhai University. What can Shadow possibly do to you? Luo Tiancheng said, smiling. The most we can do is take away Blackie and the others' accounts and drive them out of Shadow. After all, a small place like Shadow can't afford to accommodate big shots like you. Shadow was indeed incapable of doing anything to S. H. I. Plus Feng right now. However, it was different for Blackie and S. H. I. Plus Feng's other close friends. How ruthless of Lan Hailong. Blackie and the others have not done anything to betray Shadow. S.H.I. plus Feng said, his expression turning cold when he thought about his brother-in-arms. Unlike him, Blackie and the others didn't have much money saved up. While it was true that they earned much higher wages than the average white-collar worker, they had also invested a lot of money into G.O.D's domain. Thus, they didn't get to save a lot of money throughout these years. Blackie and the others were no longer young. If they suddenly lost their income source and the accounts they've operated for all these years, even making a living would become a problem for them in the future. Who told them to be involved with you? Luo Tiancheng laughed. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for behaving arrogantly. President Lan wouldn't have gotten so angry if you hadn't behaved excessively in the academy and made Shadow into a laughingstock. Good. Very good. S.H.I. plus Feng also laughed. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, I didn't plan to deal with you people if you didn't provoke me, but since Lan Hailong wants to play, tell this to him for me. Since I can bring up Shadow to its current state, I can naturally make it disappear from G.O.D's domain as well. Good. I'll be sure to relay these words. After saying so, Luo Tiancheng let out a contemptuous laugh and walked away. The current Shadow was no longer the same as before. The guild now had world domination backing it, let alone Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan. Even the Soulfire Adventurer team couldn't make Shadow disappear from G.O.D's domain. Meanwhile, after Luo Tiancheng left, S.H.I. plus Feng promptly gave Blackie a call. Brother Feng? What's with the sudden call? The slightly chubby Blackie asked in surprise. I heard about your matter already. With an apologetic look on his face, S.H.I. plus Feng said, It's all my fault that you guys. What are you talking about, Brother Feng? How can this be your fault? Lan Hailong would have found some other reason to get rid of us old people even without your matter. Moreover, we have long since felt dissatisfied with that ungrateful B.A.S.T.A.R.D. He has no ability whatsoever, yet he wants to blindly issue commands every day. We can't be happier now that we've left Shadow. Blackie said nonchalantly. Also, so what if we've left Shadow? With our abilities, what guild wouldn't want to recruit us? However, despite Blackie's words, S.H.I. plus Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy for Blackie and the others to join a good guild. It was especially true now that they were in their 30s. While it was true that there were no age restrictions for players to develop their combat standards in G.O.D's domain, the brain activity of players would deteriorate once they entered their 30s. It would become much more difficult for such players to reach higher combat standards in G.O.D's domain. Hence, the various powers in G.O.D's domain would rather recruit youngsters whose combat standards were only at the Trial Tower's 5th floor than recruit older experts at the 6th or 7th floor standards. It was especially true if these older experts used to belong to other guilds. There was no saying whether these experts might be secretly working as spies. It just so happens that I have something I want to tell you guys. I recently formed a guild, so I'm wondering if you are interested in joining? Chapter 66. Chapter 66. One reason you formed a guild, Brother Feng? Blackie was momentarily stunned when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Then, immediately afterward, he revealed an excited look as he said, That's great. We'll join. We'll definitely join you. Our initial plan was to contact you about joining the guild Qianlu is forming. Anyway, with this, we can start something big in the miniature ancient world. Su Qianlu is also forming a guild. Old memories started surfacing in S.H.I. plus Feng's mind when he heard this name. Ice Queen Su Qianlu. She was one of Shadow's 5 demon generals. and she was also one of the guild's few rare beauties. Lan Hailong's cousin brother had fervently tried to pursue Su Qianlu initially, and Lan Hailong had also put a lot of pressure onto her to coerce her into entering a relations. H.I. plus P with his cousin. Eventually, Su Qianlu got fed up with the Hara. S. Sment, choosing to delete her account and leave Shadow. At the time, many of Shadow's outer members were Su Qianliu's fans. So, upon learning of her departure, these players also left Shadow and formed an adventurer team with Su Qianlu. When Su Qianlu left, S.H.I. plus Feng would often have Blackie secretly siphon some of Shadow's resources to help Su Qianliu's adventurer team. As a result, Su Qianliu's adventurer team quickly made a name for themselves in the Black Dragon Empire and received many recruitment offers from large guilds. However, as far as S.H.I. plus Feng recalled, Su Qianlu never agreed to merge her adventurer team with any guild. Qianlu does have such intentions, Blackie answered. Now that the miniature ancient world has just opened, she thinks it's a good opportunity to set up a new guild. She has long since started preparing for this, and she has even found several investors. I heard the total investment capital she got is quite significant. Now, all that's left is to form a guild in the miniature ancient world and decide which NPC city to develop in. When Qianlu learned that we had left Shadow, she contacted us and asked us about joining her. She even said that it'd be best if I could get you to join her as well. Now that everyone's in agreement, we can start a conquest in the miniature ancient world together. She's already found investors? A slight frown formed on S.H.I. plus Feng's face. MHM. These investors are betting a lot on the miniature ancient world. Each of them has promised at least several $100 million to Qianlu. We can even set up our headquarters in Jinhai City's city center with that kind of money. Moreover, with this capital, not only can we start guild operations immediately, but we can also recruit a bunch of independent experts. I believe it won't take more than 2 months before we can establish a foothold in the miniature ancient world, Blackie said in a cyanate tone. Seeing that Blackie was about to continue speaking, S.H.I. plus Feng quickly interrupted him and said, I don't intend on taking any investments for the guild formed. Blackie. No investments? Blackie couldn't help but take a second look at S.H.I. plus Feng when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Brother Feng, things are no longer the same as when G.O.D's domain first launched. Back then, everyone only treated G.O.D's domain as another game, but G.O.D's domain has already become an integral part of real life. Even if the miniature ancient world's launch is a good opportunity to establish a guild, you should know that plusing a guild costs a lot of money. If we don't offer enough benefits, there's no way we can attract any players to join. Not to mention, before the guild starts making a profit, the guild still needs to feed a bunch of people. I understand. S.H.I. plus Feng nodded. Then he smiled and said, but I will think of a solution for these problems. So, are you still willing to join my guild after learning about my decision? S.H.I. plus Feng naturally knew about the various problems one would meet when established. H.I. plusing a guild in G.O.D's domain, which was why he chose to establish the Candlelight Hotel first. After all, maintaining a guild wasn't an easy task. It was especially true when the guild still lacked their own territory and guild town. He couldn't possibly ask the guild's members to work for free. People still needed to live. What is the guild's name? Blackie curiously asked instead of answering. Zero Wing. It is currently a small guild with only a few members. S.H.I. plus Feng said. Zero Wing. Nodding, Blackie said, good name. I'll contact the others right away and meet up with you in the game. Sure. Come over to 100 Flow City, and I'll take you guys out to level S. H. I. Plus Fong said, smiling. It's a deal, Blackie said with a helpless smile. But I'll also have to go talk to Qianlu about this. She came to us with sincerity. After all, do you have a way to get her to join us? S. H. I. Plus Fong asked. If she joins us, it'll boost our guild's management and overall strength significantly. Su Qianlu used to be one of Shadow's 5 demon generals, so her combat standards and talent naturally went without saying. She only failed to realize her true potential because she failed to get sufficient resources during her time with Shadow. During S. H. I. Plus Feng's previous life, Su Qianlu had been a bona fide Tier 5 Apex expert in Zero Wing. If he could get Su Qianlu to join Zero Wing again, it would undoubtedly help him a lot. I'm afraid it'll be difficult, Blackie said, shaking his head. You should know that she has her own team now, Brother Fong. She needs to be responsible for those people. Moreover, it had taken her great pains to persuade those investors. Getting her to abandon those investors to join us will be very tough. Unless we can provide her with a convincing enough reason, there is absolutely no way she will take the risk. A convincing reason. After thinking for a moment, S. H. I. Plus Fong smiled and said, sure, give her a call, and I'll give her a convincing reason. Chapter 67, Zero Wings Benefits. Chapter 67, Zero Wings Benefits, Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City. Roughly 30 to 50,000 new players appeared in the city's magnificent and ancient plaza every day. The huge influx of players quickly turned the city that used to be dominated by NPCs into a city dominated by players. So, this is the miniature ancient world. The mana here is so dense. So this is why the various powers are desperately trying to get in on the action. Among the hundreds of players that had just appeared in the plaza, a few dozen players wearing beginner's gear looked around with hopeful and curious looks on their faces. Unlike most of the players around them, these several dozen players looked to be in their 30s on average. Some of them even looked like they were 35 years old or older. These players could be regarded as older generation players in the current D's domain. Blackie, does the guild leader plan on developing in this place? This isn't a bad place. The player traffic here is comparable to royal capitals. It'll be much easier for us to recruit players in the future. But we came here a few days later than everyone else. We don't even have any good equipment right now, either. I'm afraid we'll have to work overtime if we want to catch up. Does the guild leader have any arrangements in mind? Blackie? The group of veteran players asked questions one after another as they looked at the slightly chubby man standing at the head of their group, their faces filled with expectations. Since Brother Fong asked us to come here, he should be planning on using this place as a base, Blackie said, smiling when he saw everyone's enthusiasm. Although Brother Fong says that he has already established his guild, I still don't know what the exact situation surrounding it is. We should apply to join the guild first and see what arrangements Brother Fong has for us. Everyone nodded and followed Blackie to the Adventurers A.S. Association. Then they applied to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, S. H. I. Plus Fong, who was planning the guild's management system and point system in the Adventurer A.S. Association's temporary guild lounge, couldn't help but smile when he saw Blackie entering the lounge. Aren't you moving a little too fast? I just finished setting the guild regulations. Yet you've brought everyone here already. Anyway, come and take a look at the regulations I've set. Creating a guild wasn't an easy task. It was especially important to get the guild's organizational structure and promotion system right during the guild's inception. If these matters weren't handled properly, it would lead to big problems when more players joined the guild in the future. However, S.H.I. plus Fong was already familiar with these matters, so it didn't take much effort for him to write everything down. After reading the regulations S.H.I. plus Fong had set, Blackie couldn't help but frown and said, "Guild leader, I think your requirements for members are too high. You're asking for combat standards at the Trial Tower's 5th floor late stage, just for outer members. That's higher than even the ordinary expert standard right now. You can become at least an internal member in a third-rate guild with such standards. You're even asking for the 6th floor middle stage standard for official members and the 7th floor early stage standard for internal members." Blackie felt that S.H.I. plus Fong was joking when he read the various rank requirements. It should be known that even veteran players like themselves were only at the 7th floor early stage standard. Meanwhile, they were already considered first-rate experts in G.O.D's domain. Otherwise, Su Qianlu wouldn't have invited them to create a guild together. In the current G.O.D's domain, a first-rate expert could receive an elite member's treatment at the very least in a first-rate guild, while most would receive the treatment of core members. In a small guild, a first-rate expert would be granted the position of guild executive or vice commander of a legion. Yet, in Zero Wing, first-rate experts were only qualified to become internal members. These requirements are indeed a little high for the current G.O.D's domain, S.H.I. plus Fong said, not surprised by Blackie's evaluation. However, he didn't continue elaborating on the matter. Instead, he smiled and asked, "How did your talk with Su Qianlu go?" "She says she wants to meet and talk in detail first, but we need to go to Rock Devil City first. Also, she is currently in a meeting with the investors, so it'll take another 6 or 7 hours before she can meet us," Blackie said, shaking his head. "Judging by her response, I think it'll be tough to sway her thoughts. After all, she has over $1 billion in investments dangled in front of her. It's fine so long as she has agreed to meet." S.H.I. plus Fong said with a faint smile. "Since we have another 6 hours to waste, go and gather everyone. Since everyone trusts me so much, I naturally can't mistreat you all. Guild leader, don't tell me you're planning on digging up your life savings for us." When Blackie heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words, he hurriedly said, "We might not have saved up a lot all these years. We can still make do with what we have. You don't need to dig into your pockets." Seeing Blackie's anxious look, S.H.I. plus Feng laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Do you think I have that much money? Didn't you think that I set the guild standards too high just now? I'm planning to let you guys see whether the benefits our guild offers are worth the high requirements. Is that the case? I'll call them over. Then." Blackie nodded and left the lounge. A short time later, 63 players gathered in the lounge. Every one of these players used to be a first-rate expert in Shadow, and a few of them were even team leaders and vice-team leaders in Shadow's main force in the past. If it weren't for their growing age and stagnating development, Lon Hailong wouldn't have been so ruthless as to dismiss so many first-rate experts from the guild at a time. "What did you call us over for, guild leader? Are we going out to grind?" Everyone revealed excited expressions when they looked at S.H.I. plus Fong. Ever since S.H.I. plus Fong became Shadow's guild leader, they never really got the opportunity to team up anymore. So, it had been a very, very long time since they last teamed up and grinded together. "No, I only called you here to distribute the guild's internal member benefits to you," S.H.I. plus Fong said, shaking his head. "I believe all of you should be aware of the miniature ancient world's uniqueness. Here, you get the opportunity to reconstruct your mana bodies. Our guild might not have a lot of funds or resources right now, but our guild has a mana legacy that can help you construct a better mana body." After saying so, S.H.I. plus Fong took out the memory crystals he had prepared beforehand and distributed one to every person in the room. This is a mana technique. Am I dreaming? Aren't mana techniques supposed to be incredibly rare? Even first-rate guilds hardly have any. When Blackie and the others saw the Holy Annihilation mana technique recorded in the memory crystals, they couldn't help but doubt their eyes. Did you rob a D's treasury guild leader? Blackie asked, his face filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he looked at S.H.I. plus Fong. It should be known that mana techniques were one of the best methods available for players to improve their control over mana, and every copy of a mana technique was worth over 10,000 gold. Yet S.H.I. plus Fong had brought out 63 copies. However, S.H.I. plus Fong simply chuckled and did not answer Blackie's question. Instead, he said, "We don't have a lot of time, so quickly learn it and head to the Colosseum to reconstruct your mana bodies. We still need to meet with Su Qianlu and give her a convincing reason." Right. Time is limited. Blackie also revealed an excited expression like the others after hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's words. "We'll go right away." Chapter 68. S.H.I. plus Feng's means. Chapter 68. S.H.I. plus Feng's means due to the rarity of mana domain legacies in G.O.D's domain. Even geniuses nurtured by the various superpowers had difficulty getting their hands on one. After Blackie and the others received the memory crystals from S.H.I. plus Feng, every one of them eagerly rented an advanced training room in the Adventurers A.S. Association to inherit the Holy Annihilation mana technique. Then, in less than an hour, everyone had successfully digested all of the information contained in the memory crystals. "What's the rank of this mana technique of yours, guild leader? It feels so powerful. I never thought you could use mana in such a way. I can't believe this mana technique uses multiple magic arrays to channel the various individual elements and utilize them simultaneously," Blackie said, an ecstatic expression on his face after he processed the information he just inherited. Although Holy Annihilation was a sword technique, the method in which the technique made use of mana was simply astounding. It was completely different from how he made use of mana normally. Even if he wasn't a swordsman player, he still benefited significantly from the technique. "How is it? Are you confident in improving your mana body now?" S.H.I. plus Fong asked, chuckling when he saw Blackie's excited look. Body had a better idea than he did regarding the might of the Holy Annihilation technique. After all, it was the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Blue Saint. It should be known that the T.I. Plea of Saint was granted only to people who had reached the extremities of a particular field. Even among Tier 6 G.O.D.S., one would rarely find anyone capable of achieving such a feat when competing in their respective fields of expertise. Saints were stronger than even G.O.D.S. Advanced Silver. With my current grasp over mana and combat standard, I should have no problem securing an advanced silver mana body, Blackie said excitedly. Meanwhile, upon hearing Blackie's answer, everyone else present also started wearing hopeful and expectant looks on their faces. In the past, acquiring a silver mana body was nothing more than a dream for them. Even the strongest among them had only managed to acquire an advanced bronze mana body. Meanwhile, it should be known that most Tier 4 experts only possessed basic silver mana bodies. There were even some Tier 5 experts with silver mana bodies only. If they could secure themselves an advanced silver mana body now, reaching Tier 4 would no longer be a dream. Advanced Silver S.H.I. plus Fong shook his head when he heard Blackie's answer. "It's still a little low. If you want to accomplish anything big in the future, you'll need to have a gold mana body, at the very least." Gold. Blackie was rendered speechless momentarily when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. How can that be possible? setting aside our control over mana, our combat standards don't even meet the mark. When he was still working in Shadow's middle management, he had researched the miniature ancient world's Colosseum. While it was true that the miniature ancient world granted everyone a chance to reconstruct their mana body, it wasn't easy to secure this opportunity. If players wanted to acquire a gold mana body, they'd have to take on the Colosseum's Gold Challenge. Meanwhile, the Gold Challenge placed a high requirement on players' combat standards. At the very least, one needed to be a half-step refinement realm expert geared in top-tier equipment to pass the Gold Challenge. Currently, he was merely at the Trial Tower's 7th floor middle stage standard. He was still a little ways off from reaching the half-step refinement realm standard. He was also geared in beginner's equipment only. In his current state, the best he could do was complete the Silver Challenge. Meanwhile, everyone else also nodded in agreement with Blackie's words. They would naturally try to obtain a gold mana body if they could. Unfortunately, D's domain was a cruel place. Oftentimes, even if a treasure was placed right before one's eyes, one wouldn't be able to acquire it if one lacked strength. The Colosseum might not allow others to take on the challenge on the challenger's behalf, but it doesn't prohibit others from providing guidance from the side. I'll be instructing you all afterward. Although I can't guarantee that every one of you will make it, I can at least give you the possibility of sing, plus Fong said, smiling when he saw everyone's lack of confidence. Give us the possibility of sing. Blackie couldn't help but think that plus Fong was joking with them when he heard plus Feng's words. He also couldn't help but grow a little confused by plus Feng's recent behavior. It felt like plus Fong had become an entirely different person. It was especially true when he learned that Wu Xiaoxiao and Qi Lianshan had attended plus Feng's CLA. It should be known that Wu Xiaoxiao was a bona fide refinement realm expert, while Qi Lianshan was a former flowing water realm expert. However, even if plus Feng possessed incredible teaching abilities, it was still too far-fetched to say that his pointers could help them pass the Gold Challenge. It should be known that combat at the Tier 3 standard happened at very fast speeds. Life and death could be decided within an instant. Although having someone stronger providing guidance from the side would indeed help a little, the amount of help one could receive through this method was limited. Let's just go and give it a try first, plus Fong said, not bothering to explain himself any further. Even if we fail, we'll only lose a few coins. An ordinary expert's guidance might achieve limited results, but a domain realm expert's pointers were a different story. A domain realm expert possessed inhuman control over their surroundings, so it was entirely possible for them to guide others as if they were manipulating their own weapons. Although the effectiveness would be reduced significantly, a domain realm expert manipulating someone could achieve combat standard Serpa. Sing the half-step refinement realm standard. Not to mention, Blackie and the others were already close to reaching the half-step refinement realm standard. This would make it even easier to manipulate them. While plus Fong couldn't help them complete the epic challenge, completing the Gold Challenge wasn't out of the question. Blackie and the others might have their combat standards stuck on the Trial Tower's 7th floor standard. They possessed a wealth of combat experience. Their knowledge over terrain utilization, combat tactics, skill and spell usage, and mana control were comparable to that of younger refinement realm experts. Hence, plus Fong decided to give helping them a try. Meanwhile, everyone felt that plus Feng's words made sense, so they quickly followed plus Fong to the Colosseum. Chapter 69, Monstrous Mana. Chapter 69, Monstrous Mana Miniature Ancient World, Rock Devil City. As a city situated deep in the mountains, Rock Devil City sat at the top of a mountain, overlooking the surrounding mountains while surrounded by a thin layer of mist. Due to the magnificent scenery here, Rock Devil City became crowded with players only a few days after the miniature Ancient World's opening. Now, the city's player population had already exceeded 10 million, and it could be considered above average among the nearly 1,000 cities in the entire miniature Ancient World. Apart from the magnificent scenery, Rock Devil City also had something other NPC cities did not. The Thousand Stars Tower. The Thousand Stars Tower was an ancient construction that measured several thousand meters in height. It was also because of this tower's presence that many powers had chosen to establish their base here. The Thousand Stars Tower was essentially a supersized hotel. So long as one could afford the rent, one could rent a residence inside the tower that could accommodate a large number of players. These residences were rentable guild residences in a sense. Meanwhile, in the middle zone of the Thousand Stars Tower, several hundred players clad in level 100 dark gold equipment had gathered in a residence the size of a large shop. These players were of varying ages, with the youngest being only 20 years old while the oldest was already in their 50s. All of these players carried a decisive air around them, and one could tell that these people were veterans of combat at a glance. They were undoubtedly experts who had experienced numerous life or death trials. They were completely different from the sheltered talents nurtured by the various large guilds. Is there even a need to talk with them, Commander? A bald, middle-aged guardian knight asked as he looked at the elegant and lovely woman before him. The level 102 guardian knight looked like he was in his mid-40s, and he wore dark gray heavy armor while carrying a spear and a S-H-I plus ELD on his back. Of course, the woman wearing a light blue robe said, sipping on a cup of refres. H-I plussing tea as she looked at the mountains outside the window. We were only able to form an adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire back then because of Blackie and the guild leader secretly supporting us. We are also in need of experts currently. Now that they've been kicked out of Shadow, it's a good opportunity for us. But by the looks of it, the guild leader plans to operate without investors. How are we supposed to negotiate with him? The bald knight said, the current D's domain is no longer the same as 10 years ago. Establish H-I plussing a large guild is even more difficult than establish H-I plussing a listed company. Every aspect of a guild requires money. I'd have no comments if he has money, but does he have any, though? Moreover, even if he does have the money, I still don't think he is qualified to be the guild leader. Times have changed, and strength is everything now. He is no more than a Tier 3 expert even at his peak, and his combat standard is at the half-step refinement realm at maximum. How can he compare to you, Commander? Hearing the Guardian Knight's words, the several hundred players nearby nodded their heads in agreement. At present, Su Qianlu had already become an expert standing at the peak of Tier 4, and she was a well-known expert even in the Black Dragon Empire. She was completely different from when she was still one of Shadow's 5 demon generals. It was also because of her strength that those investors were willing to invest so much money into helping them establish a guild. That's different. I only got lucky and made a breakthrough, Su Qianlu said, shaking her head. I am not interested in the guild leader position either. Personally, I'd prefer if we could pull the guild leader and the others to our side. That way, our guild will have a more stable time developing. If that's your decision, we will naturally comply, the Guardian Knight said, sighing. Then he chuckled and continued. Also, you don't have to worry about convincing them. After all, they have no idea how strong we are right now. they probably still think that we are a weak adventurer team. Shadow was based in the Star Moon Kingdom, so it was utterly unaware of how their adventurer team fared in the Black Dragon Empire and how much improvement their adventurer team had made. Initially, their adventurer team had only started as a small group of several hundred players. Now, though the adventurer team already had several thousand members. Moreover, their adventurer team even had 3 refinement realm experts, 10 half-step refinement realm experts, and nearly 200 first-rate experts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that their adventurer team's main force was stronger than even Shadow's main force. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Rock Devil City and been able to occupy a residence in the Thousand Stars Tower's middle zone. After all, the cost of renting a residence here was 100,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals per month. Isn't it almost the appointed time? Why aren't they here yet? Do they really think we have a lot of time on our hands? A tall and beautiful girl carrying a 2-handed saber that was as long as she was tall said in dissatisfaction. "Just wait a little bit longer," Su Qianlu said as she looked at the impatient girl. Then the corners of her mouth curved up slightly as she continued, "By the way, I heard that you'd made significant improvements again recently. Snow. Even Firecloud says that he is no longer a match for you. I guess it won't be long before you become our adventurer team's #1 expert." The beautiful girl was named Happy Snow, and she was their adventurer team's pride. Not only did she reach the refinement realm at a young age, but she had even mastered an advanced combat technique. Her talent was comparable to that of the various superpowers top-tier geniuses. Meanwhile, the fact that she managed to defeat Firecloud, a vice commander in their adventurer team, further validated her strength. "You're making fun of me again, Big Sis Qianlu," Happy Snow said. Then she glared at the bald guardian knight, who was scratching his head awkwardly, and she said, "I only won because Uncle Firecloud let me. He never fights me seriously." While Su Qianlu and her companions were chatting merrily with each other, several dozen people appeared outside the residence's courtyard. "They're finally here. Firecloud," the bald guardian knight said when he saw S.H.I. plus Feng's group walking into the courtyard. Then, in a contemptuous tone, he said, "It seems they brought quite a few first-rate experts with them. Unfortunately, they are overestimating themselves if they think they can convince us with just that." After saying so, Firecloud snapped his finger. Immediately afterward, the players standing around him stopped suppressing their auras exploding forth like an erupting volcano. Many of the players walking on the street outside the residence were even frightened by this situation. Putting on a show of power, S.H.I. plus Foam couldn't help but smile and shake his head when he noticed Firecloud and the others unleash. H.I. plussing their auras simultaneously. "All right, then, Blackie, it's best if you show them who's stronger." "Roger." Blackie immediately grew excited when he heard S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Then he turned around and said, "Brothers, no need to be polite with them." As soon as Blackie finished speaking, the Zero Wing members present quietly nodded and stopped suppressing their auras and mana as well. Boom. Immediately, with Zero Wing's members as the center, a towering pillar of mana visible to the naked eye appeared in the middle of the courtyard. The terrifying aura Zero Wing's members radiated also drowned out the auras of Firecloud and the others. How is this possible? Firecloud couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at Blackie and the others. Chapter 70, Mana Bodies Galore. Chapter 70, Mana Bodies Galore. How can they release such strong mana? This mana! What are the ranks of their mana bodies? Shock filled the hearts of Firecloud and the others as they looked at Blackie's group of 63. At the same time, they couldn't help but grow curious and confused. Everyone present was a veteran expert in D's domain, so they knew that mana radiating from a player's body could only come from two sources. The first source was weapons and equipment that housed powerful mana. The second source was the mana contained within the player's mana body. Typically, weapons and equipment that carried powerful mana were fragmented legendary items at the very least, and few were epic items. The miniature ancient world had only opened recently, so fragmented legendary items couldn't possibly appear among players yet. As for epic weapons and equipment that carried powerful mana, every article was incredibly rare. Even first-rate guilds wouldn't have more than a handful of such epic items. Hence, there was only one explanation for the powerful mana that Blackie and the others radiated: the mana body. Only by having powerful mana bodies could Blackie and the others manipulate and radiate such powerful mana. The mana they currently radiated was so strong that it had elevated the mana density in the courtyard by a small margin. At this time, Su Qianliu's eyes suddenly flashed purple as she scanned Blackie and the others. Immediately afterward, a look of shock appeared on her face. "What's their situation, Big Sis Qianlu?" Happy Snow asked curiously when she noticed Su Qianlu using her special identification skill. Su Qianlu didn't try to hide the information she just discovered as she said 14 gold mana bodies and 49 peak silver mana bodies. 14 gold mana bodies and 49 peak silver mana bodies. Happy Snow's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Blackie and the others. "Uncle Firecloud, didn't you say that they were people Shadow dismissed?" Mana bodies served as the foundation of players in D's domain. The stronger a player's mana body, the STU, are dear their foundation and the greater their future growth potential. So long as an expert possessed an advanced silver mana body, even if they weren't a genius, first-rate guilds would still cultivate them as if they were geniuses. The reason for this was simple. So long as said expert's combat standard reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor middle stage, it was almost certain that they could reach Tier 4 if they had sufficient resources. As for the peak silver mana body, which was also the mana body Su Qianlu had reconstructed through the Colosseum, it granted players the foundation to reach Tier 5. Even in the various superpowers, an ordinary expert with a peak silver mana body would receive priority training on par with top-tier geniuses. As for the gold mana body, that was something unattainable by the average expert. At least, that should have been the case. After all, even among the various superpowers, less than 1/3 of their peak experts possessed a gold mana body. Normally, even the various superpowers dared not dismiss a group of experts with such powerful mana bodies, let alone a second-rate guild. Yet, Shadow had done exactly that. At this time, Firecloud had no idea how to answer Happy Snow's question. After all, he, too, failed to process the current situation. For a moment, he even suspected whether S.H.I. plus Fong and the others were the same people he knew. According to his understanding, Shadow didn't even have the ability to muster such a force, much less have the leeway to dismiss it. While Firecloud and the others were still feeling shocked and confused, S.H.I. plus Fong raised his hand and signaled for Blackie and the others to retract their mana. Then he turned to Su Qianlu and said, "Qianlu, I believe Blackie has already told you the details of the situation, so I won't repeat them. All I want to know is whether you are willing to join us right now." This Su Qianlu grew hesitant when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's straightforward question. Meanwhile, seeing Su Qianliu's hesitance, Blackie advised, "Don't hesitate, Qianlu. Nothing can go wrong with following Brother Feng. Isn't it just a bunch of credits? So long as we have strength, would we need to worry about earning credits?" Firecloud, who had strongly advocated for Su Qianlu to give up on S.H.I. plus Feng's group previously, had surprisingly chosen to remain silent right now. He simply stood aside and waited for Su Qianliu's answer. Firecloud wasn't the only one who took such a stance. At this time, the other members of Su Qianliu's adventurer team had also turned to look at their commander with expectant gazes. They might have written off S.H.I. plus Feng's guild previously, but after seeing Blackie and the others, they'd be blind, deaf, and are dead if they couldn't see Zero Wing's potential. It should be known that Blackie and the others were all first-rate experts. With the current mana bodies they possessed, at least 90% of them would reach Tier 4 in the future. In other words, Zero Wing would have at least 50 Tier 4 experts under its command. Only pseudo-first-rate guilds and above could possibly field such a force. In comparison, the guild they were creating could, at best, reach the third-rate standard after 2 or 3 months of development, and that was under the condition that they had ample financial support. Meanwhile, unless Su Qianlu or Happy Snow could reach Tier 5, their guild would, at most, develop into a top-tier second-rate guild in the future. Don't look at me like that. I know what you guys are trying to say, Su Qianlu said, a bitter smile on her face as she shook her head. Then she looked at S.H.I. plus Feng and continued, Guild leader, I can agree to join Zero Wing with my team, but if I do so, I'm afraid we'll lose the chance to enter the ancient demon court that we found. Ancient demon court? There's an ancient demon court here. S.H.I. plus Feng's eyes lit up with excitement when he heard Su Qianliu's words. However, he quickly suppressed his restless heart as he asked, Can you elaborate on the situation, Qianlu? At this moment, apart from S.H.I. plus Feng, Blackie, and the others also grew excited when they heard the mention of an ancient demon court. And ancient demon court, that was something that had set off many wars in D's domain in the past. As the name Ancient Demon implied, ancient demons were demon D's that had existed since the birth of D's domain. They were ancient demon D's, so to say. Meanwhile, the strength of these ancient demon D's varied significantly, with the stronger ones rivaling D's, and the weaker ones rivaling inferior dragons. A portion of D's domain's archaic species were also the descendants of these ancient demon D's. During ancient times, demon D's were one of the pinnacle races in D's domain. They possessed their own civilization, and ancient demon courts were towns and cities in which these demon D's resided. Needless to say, the treasures and legacies available in these ancient demon D's were incredibly abundant. However, the ancient demon courts weren't just simple treasure troves. As someone who had experienced the greater D's domain, S.H.I. plus Feng knew much more about the ancient demon courts than Blackie and the others. On the surface, the ancient demon courts might seem like the residence of demon D's, but they were far more complicated than that. The existence of the ancient demon courts involved core secrets of D's domain, and one example of these secrets was the demise of the ancient demon D's. Chapter 71, Ancient Demon Court. Chapter 71, Ancient Demon Court, the book of stored in the Fire Dragon Empire's library, recorded some information on ancient demon D's. The ancient demon D's were a race that used to rival dragons, and the race was only second to the D race. Yet, as powerful as they were, the ancient demon D's had suddenly vanished from D's domain within a span of less than a year, leaving behind only descendants with trace bloodlines. Meanwhile, it was also because of the ancient demon G. Oh, DS disappearance that G. Oh, D's domain's ancient era came to an end. However, only after gaining access to the greater G. Oh, D's domain did S. H. I. Plus Fong understand part of the reason why the ancient demon G. Oh, DS had disappeared from G. Oh, D's domain. The ancient demon G. Oh, DS had touched upon G. Oh, D's domain's forbidden technologies. Meanwhile, these forbidden technologies laid slumbering in the various ancient demon courts, and they were the main reason why the greater G. Oh, D's domain's various powerhouses had desperately searched for ancient demon courts. After all, some of these powerhouses had only managed to gain their achievements and status in the greater G. Oh, D's domain thanks to the forbidden technologies they acquired from ancient demon courts. During S. H. I. Plus Feng's previous life, due to his subworld lacking knowledge about the ancient demon courts, they hadn't put much importance on exploring and exploiting the various ancient demon courts found. As a result, when they gained access to the greater G. Oh, D's domain, the various outer world powers had severely oppressed them, and they had very nearly lost their subworld and their spot in the Compet 1 tie-in between parallel worlds. S. H. I. Plus Fong never thought that he would come across an ancient demon court so quickly in this life. So, how could he not be excited by this piece of news? The reason why I managed to attract so many investors was mainly because of this ancient demon court, Su Qianlu said, sighing. The value of an ancient demon court goes without saying. It is especially true when it is located in the miniature ancient world. Those investors naturally know this as well. However, you should also know that exploiting an ancient demon court isn't an easy task. You can't even get past the entrance without sufficient strength. So, the joint exploration of the ancient demon court was listed as one of the conditions in the partners H. I. plus B contract. In exchange for funding our guild, we will have to share the ancient demon court's harvests with those corporations. At the same time, those corporations will be sending the main force of the first-rate guilds they have shares in to help us in exploiting the ancient demon court. After discussion, we settled for a 70-30 split in their favor. I already signed the contract and told them the ancient demon court's location yesterday. They have even scouted out the area already. If we renege on the contract now, they can simply remove us from the equation and monopolize the ancient demon court for themselves. They also have the strength to do that. You should have told us sooner if you found an ancient demon court. Qianlu, Blackie said with a pained expression. The miniature ancient world had only been open for a few days, so it meant that Su Qianlu had only discovered the ancient demon court not long ago. They could have secretly monopolized the ancient demon court if she had told them about her discovery earlier. Hearing Blackie's words, Firecloud said in dissatisfaction, "What can we do about it? How are we supposed to know about your potential? Now that things are already like this, if we want to acquire the ancient demon court's resources, we will have no choice but to accept their investment. They will only get 49% of the guild's shares. Anyway, we still hold the right to make decisions with 51% of the shares." Upon hearing Firecloud's words, Su Qianlu and Blackie looked toward S. H. I. plus Fong for a decision. If they accepted the investment, not only would they receive ample funding, but they could also acquire the ancient demon court's resources. The only problem was that they would have to give away a significant portion of the guild's shares. Even so, they would still hold the right to make decisions in the guild. However, if they refused the investment, they'd have nothing to do with the ancient demon court anymore. I don't plan on accepting any investments, S. H. I. plus Fong said, shaking his head. I already stated clearly that I do not wish for Zero Wing to be put under any restrictions. Even a possible restriction is unacceptable. I guess we'll have to give up on the ancient demon court. Then Su Qianlu said, finding this situation a pity. She understood S.H.I. plus Feng's personality. Since S.H.I. plus Feng had said that he wouldn't accept any investments, he definitely wouldn't be accepting them. The ancient demon court was something her adventurer team had discovered by luck. Originally, she thought it would become their capital to establish a guild in the miniature ancient world. Yet, now, it had become the possession of those major corporations. Hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's decision, the members of Su Qianliu's adventurer team couldn't help but lower their heads and sigh as well. The ancient demon court was a treasure trove that even the various superpowers would fight for. Yet, now, they had given one away with nothing to show for. Give up? Who said we are giving up? S.H.I. plus Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Su Qianliu's words. Then, in a serious tone, he said, since we were the ones who discovered the ancient demon court, it naturally belongs to us. But those corporations have already dispatched their teams, Su Qianlu said awkwardly. I talked about this with them during our meeting just now. Originally, we would be heading for the ancient demon court after we were done talking with you, guild leader. Blackie was rendered speechless by Su Qianliu's words. He didn't think that Su Qianlu would act so decisively. At this time, Happy Snow's eyes suddenly flashed with inspiration as she suggested, how about we explore the ancient demon court with them, without telling them about our plans first? You wish, Firecloud said, shaking his head and smiling as he looked at Happy Snow's scheming expression. Do you take these corporations for fools? They've already listed all of the preventive measures in the contract. Their teams will be holding onto the loot we get during the exploration. Only after the guild they've invested in is fully established will they hand our portion of the loot to us, or rather to the guild. Tell me it isn't true, Big Sis Qianlu, Happy Snow said as she looked at Su Qianlu in dismay. Nodding, Su Qianlu said, that is indeed the case. There are over 1 billion credits involved, after all. Those corporations also place significant importance on the ancient demon court's items. Doesn't that mean we won't get anything? Happy Snow asked in frustration. You don't have to do all these unnecessary things. Looking at Su Qianlu, S.H.I. plus Feng said, just tell them that our partners, H.I. plus P contract is dissolved. What about the ancient demon court, then? Su Qianlu asked. We will go over there now and reclaim it, of course, S.H.I. plus Feng said. Then he scanned the experts belonging to Su Qianliu's adventurer team and continued, you guys are already prepared, right? Exploring an ancient demon court was indeed a challenging task. However, it wasn't so challenging that a first-rate power couldn't raid it. Meanwhile, it should be known that everyone present was a first-rate expert, at the very least. If they set aside the difference in equipment, there was only a small difference between the strength of their team and a first-rate power's main force. Su Qianlu also took a look at everyone present. Although their current team was no match for the teams those corporations organized, they weren't without a fighting chance. So after gritting her teeth, she said, okay, I'll go tell them now. Chapter 72, Gathering at the Ancient Settlement. Chapter 72, Gathering at the Ancient Settlement Gray Forest Mountain Range, Tifa Mine. Inside the dull gray mine illuminated by magic light, thousands of sword-wielding level 105 elemental golems laid motionlessly in front of a metal door measuring several dozen meters in height. If one looked carefully at these elemental golems, one would find that they were coated with anti-magic metal, which granted them superb resistance to magical attacks. Meanwhile, due to the nature of golems, the elemental golems also possessed superb physical resistance. Most importantly, every one of these elemental golems was a great lord, with several thousand of them gathered together. Even a team of several thousand ordinary experts would have a tough time going up against them. Yet, now, these elemental golems had lost to merely a team of 500 players, as expected of an ancient demon court's guards. I didn't think they could form a super-gravity domain when gathered in groups of 100, a one-eyed man carrying a greatsword on his back said, as he kicked the elemental golem before him. Then he turned to the beautiful and curvaceous woman beside him and said, "Thankfully, we have you leading the team, G. Oh, Desru. If it weren't for your frost flame domain counteracting their super-gravity domain, we would have had much greater difficulty getting to the ancient demon court this time." When the one-eyed man spoke up to this point, many of the surrounding people also turned to look at the beauty wearing a red robe and wielding a crystalline staff, their faces filled with admiration and reverence. This was because this beauty was none other than G. Oh, D's domain's famous frost flame G. Oh, Des cleansed Rue. Not only was she a vice guild leader in the first-rate Guild 100 Flower Palace, but she was also one of the top 100 experts in the G. Oh, D's domain experts list. Ranking within the top 100 might not seem like anything special, but it should be noted that the secret pavilion only recorded 1,000 players on the G. Oh, D's domain experts list. Moreover, even the weakest player on this list was at Tier 5. Thus, anyone capable of ranking within the top 100 was a top-tier domain realm expert. Meanwhile, in response to the one-eyed man's flattery, Cleansed Rue simply kept her staff away and indifferently said, "Even without my frost flame domain, nothing can go wrong here with you around. One-eyed Ghost." One-eyed Ghost was the most recent player to become one of G. Oh, D's domain's 8 swordmeisters. Apart from being an honorary elder in the first-rate Guild Nature Hall, he was also one of the top 100 experts in the G. Oh, D's domain experts list. Moreover, he was even in possession of the incredibly powerful darkness domain. Before entering the miniature ancient world, he was regarded as one of the experts with the highest chance of reaching Tier 6. Meanwhile, One-Eyed Ghost was known for being a smiling tiger in G. Oh, D's domain. He might have a cheeky personality on the surface, but he was actually an incredibly ruthless person on the inside. If their 2 guilds hadn't partnered to raid the ancient demon court, Cleansed Rue wouldn't have been willing to interact with someone like One-Eyed Ghost. I might have a mana domain, but I am still only a swordsman. How can my mana domain possibly compare to that of a Tier 5 divine mage, like yourself, G? Oh, Des. One-Eyed Ghost said with a light smile. Then he sighed as he continued, "But it really is a pity. I thought I would get to travel with 2 great beauties this time. I didn't think that the other beauty would give up on partnering with our 2 guilds. It is indeed a pity." Cleansed Rue also sighed when she heard One-Eyed Ghost's words. Su Qianlu was someone whom she had her eye on. Before, she had even tried to recruit Su Qianlu into the 100 Flower Palace. After all, Su Qianlu was not only a great beauty, but she also possessed excellent management capabilities. People like her were rare in G. Oh, D's domain. Unfortunately, Su Qianlu had rejected her invitation. Now, Su Qianlu had even strangely given up on their partners, H.I. plus P and the ancient demon court, to join a newly established guild called Zero Wing. Cleansed Rue found this to be a truly bizarre situation. That's because Su Qianlu is stupid, Big Sis Rue. Not only did she reject our guild invitation, but she even gave up on our partners, H.I. plus P, to join some no-name guild. She'll definitely regret her decision later on. A level 102 female knight said contemptuously. Many of the 100 Flower Palace present silently nodded in agreement, while Tier 4 experts were indeed rare in G. Oh, D's domain, they could, at most, serve as mainstays in the various first-rate guilds. A single Tier 4 expert wasn't enough to let a guild dominate an entire region. Meanwhile, Su Qianliu's decision to join a newly established guild and abandon the opportunity to raid an ancient demon court was no different than putting the cart before the horse. It was an incredibly foolish action. However, Cleansed Rue didn't comment on the matter. After all, everyone had their own decisions. Immediately, she commanded through the team chat, "Everyone rest up. We'll be going inside in a moment." Although the ancient demon court was an ancient settlement, its nature was more like a trial dungeon. The level of the monsters inside would change according to the player's level, and their levels could increase up to level 150. Meanwhile, after players successfully raided an ancient demon court, they would be rewarded according to their performance. An ancient demon court was essentially a dungeon that players could raid infinitely. Moreover, the rewards one could acquire would change every time depending on one's level and performance. Thus, one could also say that an ancient demon court was a treasure trove. Of course, this treasure trove didn't come without restrictions. Specifically, players could only enter an ancient demon court once every 7 days. In other words, a team could only raid an ancient demon court once a week. However, while this restriction might be severe toward individual teams, it wasn't as significant to a guild. After all, a guild had more than one team under its command. This was also why the ancient demon courts found on the main continent had become private grinding spots for the various powers. Meanwhile, in the miniature ancient world, where dungeons appeared randomly, the value of an ancient demon court was many times higher than on the main continent. Desru, I'll say this first, but as per our agreement, you must let Nature Hall have the ancient demon court's key if it drops, One-Eyed Ghost said, smiling as he looked at Cleansed Rue. Naturally, but don't forget that the Inner Zone's teleportation stone belongs to 100 Flower Palace. Cleansed Rue reminded. Although the ancient demon court resembled a trial dungeon, it also possessed the properties of a settlement. So long as players acquired the key to an ancient demon court, they wouldn't have to worry about others occupying the ancient demon court in the future. This was because the key could be used to open or close the entrance to the ancient demon court. In addition, the inside of an ancient demon court could be split into 2 zones, outer and inner. However, players would need a specific teleportation stone to enter an ancient demon court's inner zone. Without the teleportation stone, players wouldn't be able to enter the ancient demon court's inner zone and acquire its true treasures. You can rest assured, Desru. Nature Hall sticks by its words. Not to mention, our 2 guilds have already signed a contract on this, One-Eyed Ghost said, chuckling. After both sides verified their arrangements, once more, 100 Flower Palaces and Nature Hall's members finally merged into an actual 500-man team, which was also the ancient demon court's maximum entrance limit for a team. TL notes, I will be using the word settlement when the author is referring to both towns and cities simultaneously. From now on, I've been making do with towns and or cities thus far, but settlement sounds like a better alternative. For those curious, Qingzhen can mean either town or city. Usually, the author uses when referring to both / being ambiguous. When the author is being specific, he will use for towns and for cities. Chapter 73, Stop That Lunatic. Chapter 73, Stop That Lunatic. After resting for around 10 minutes, Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost gathered everyone to enter the ancient demon court. However, before they could enter, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from the cavern entrance. Immediately, the members of both guilds turned toward the source of the footsteps and saw a team of nearly 300 players led by a cloaked man entering the cavern. Walking beside the cloaked man was a beautiful woman, and this woman was none other than Su Qianliu. Why are they here? Didn't already give up on partnering with our 2 guilds? Did they regret their decision? The members of Hundred Flower Palace and Nature Hall began a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Su Qianliu's group. What is Su Qianliu trying to do? Big Sis Ru. Didn't she already terminate our partners? I plus P? Rain Song, the female knight carrying around I plus ELD and a one-handed axe on her back, asked. They should be planning on raiding the ancient demon court by themselves by the looks of it. Cleansed Ru said. They want to raid it themselves. Song Rain couldn't help but blink her eyes in disbelief when she heard Cleansed Ru's answer. Are they stupid? Although the ancient demon court was only a trial dungeon, its raid difficulty was more than double that of L mode team dungeons of the same level. Moreover, unlike L mode team dungeons, the loot players could acquire from an ancient demon court was highly dependent on the evaluation they received, and the loot's quality would be reduced significantly if players couldn't achieve a high evaluation. The ancient demon court's raid evaluation was split into 5 ranks: D, C, B, A, and S. The difficulty of achieving a higher rank increased exponentially, and players would need to score at least a B rank evaluation for a high evaluation. This was also why their 2 guilds had dispatched their best players to raid the ancient demon court. Yet, now, Su Qianliu was trying to raid the ancient demon court with her adventurer team that didn't even reach the standard of well-known adventurer teams. TL/N. Ordinary-well-known-top adventurer team. Maybe they came prepared. Cleansed Ru said, as she moved her gaze from Su Qianliu to I plus phone. Although I don't know who that swordsman is, the fact that he managed to get Su Qianliu to join him must mean that he is strong. Hearing this, Song Rain retrieved her axe and I plus ELD and asked, should we get rid of them now? Now that Su Qianliu had already withdrawn from their partners, I plus P, they were no longer in the same boat. Meanwhile, an ancient demon court in the miniature ancient world was of extraordinary value. Before the entrance key was found, anyone could freely enter the ancient demon court. It might be fine if Su Qianliu's team lacked the strength to raid the ancient demon court, but it'd be a problem if her team did have the necessary strength. However, Cleansed Ru shook her head and said, let them be. I concur, One-Eyed Ghost said, nodding. Then he smiled as he continued, they are aware of the ancient demon court's location. While we might be able to kill them here, if they publish the ancient demon court's coordinates to everyone out of spite, we'll be the ones to suffer. If the various superpowers learned of this ancient demon court, they definitely wouldn't let it be. Meanwhile, their 2 guilds couldn't guarantee that they could acquire the key on their first try. So, the best solution now was for both sides to keep the ancient demon court a secret and rely on their respective abilities to secure the ancient settlement. At the same time as Cleansed Ru and One-Eyed Ghost had come to an agreement, Su Qianliu, Blackie, and the other members of the team couldn't help but feel shocked and anxious. C-R-A-P. It's the Frost Flame G. Oh, Des, a new Swordmeister. Blackie was flabbergasted when he saw Cleansed Ru and One-Eyed Ghost in the distance. With those 2 here, their team is probably on par with the various superpowers' main force. Guild leader, I'm afraid it'll be tough for our team to compete with theirs, Su Qianliu said to I plus phone with a worried look on her face. She didn't think that 100 Flower Palace and Nature Hall would send 2 such experts into the miniature ancient world. The strength of 2 top 100G, D's domain experts, list experts, was no laughing matter. Even if Cleansed Ru and One-Eyed Ghost were only at Tier 3 right now, it was still impossible for their team to win against these 2 experts. After all, each of these people could toot an entire team by themselves. Raiding a dungeon and combat standards are two separate matters. S. H. I. Plus Fong said nonchalantly as he glanced at Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost. They might have a significant advantage over us. We have our own strengths as well. Strengths? Su Qianlu asked skeptically. No matter how she thought over the situation, she couldn't figure out how their team was superior to the other party's team in any way. Do we have any? Of course, S.H.I. Plus Fong said. Then he walked up to the ancient demon quartz Civ entrance and reached for the magic array engraved on it, saying, for example, the ability to stir up trouble. As soon as S.H.I. Plus Fong finished speaking, the magic array on the door suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. Not good. Stop that lunatic! One-Eyed Ghost shouted, his expression sinking when he saw the magic array activating. Although the ancient demon court was an ancient settlement, it had a few similarities with team dungeons. One example would be the different difficulty settings. Meanwhile, the ancient demon court had two difficulties, normal mode and hard mode. However, unlike team dungeons, the difference in raid difficulty in the ancient demon court's normal mode and hard mode was Civ. Hard mode's difficulty was at least several times higher than that of normal mode. Moreover, once an ancient demon court's difficulty was set, it couldn't be changed again for a month. This crazy bee, A.S.T.A.R.D. Cleansed Rue's expression also turned ugly when she saw S.H.I. Plus Fong adjusting the ancient demon court's difficulty. If the difficulty was changed to hard mode, it had become much more difficult for them to acquire a high evaluation. Meanwhile, it was almost impossible for them to acquire the ancient demon court's key without a high evaluation. However, before One-Eyed Ghost and Cleansed Rue could say anything else, another change occurred to the door's magic array. Specifically, the magic array's color had gradually changed from red to black. HELL mode. How is this possible? Cleansed Rue was utterly shocked when she saw the familiar skull illusion appearing in front of the door. At this time, apart from Cleansed Rue and One-Eyed Ghost, even Su Qianlu couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this situation. In D's domain, it was common knowledge that the highest difficulty the ancient demon courts had was hard mode. Never had a higher difficulty been seen before. Yet, now, the black skull illusion unique to HELL mode dungeons had appeared above the teleportation portal in front of the ancient demon court's entrance. All right, now it is fair for all of us. Let's go in then. S.H.I. Plus Fong said before walking into the portal. The ancient demon courts, indeed, only had two difficulty settings on the surface. However, during his previous life, after his subworld gained access to the greater D's domain, the various powers in his subworld came to realize that the ancient demon courts actually had a hidden difficulty, HELL mode. Apart from being a much more challenging mode to tackle, HELL mode was also the only place where players could acquire the true treasures the ancient demon courts had to offer. Meanwhile, activating an ancient demon court's HELL mode was simple. All that was needed was for a Grandmaster Magician to adjust the difficulty setting. However, as Grandmaster Magicians and Tier 6 D-ranked experts typically wouldn't visit ancient demon courts, and Body in his previous life subworld had noticed this feature until they gained access to the greater D's domain.